full-scale war. Iran's president said an attack on Khamenei would be treated as a declaration of war against the Iranian people. The warning comes as tensions rise and reports say Washington is considering military options against Iran's leadership as protests continue to shake the country. At the same time, Iran is signaling a tougher response to the demonstrations. The judiciary is now openly raising the possibility of executions linked to the unrest. This marks a change in tone just days after Iran's foreign minister suggested detainees would not be executed. At a press conference, a judiciary spokesperson said some cases have been classified as something called maharib, a religious charge that means waging war against God, which can carry a death penalty under Iranian law. The regime continues to blame the protests on foreign enemies, including the United States and Israel, as it moves to reassert control after weeks of deadly demonstrations. And now with us to discuss what's going on in Iran is Mitra Jashny, a political and cultural expert and advisor at the Iranian Americans for Liberty organization. Mitra, can you describe the situation in Iran right now?
Thank you very much for having me in your program. Despite the nationwide internet shutdown across Iran, limited access is still available to individuals affiliated with the Islamic Republic and to government-controlled institutions and location. Even under these conditions, a small number of filtered images and videos are managing to leave the country. These fragments alone show how widespread and intense this uprising truly is. The number of people killed is very high. Unfortunately, every night people continue to chant against the regime from rooftops and windows. They clearly demonstrates that despite severe and violent repression, the movement is still alive and ongoing.
And Mitra, what are the families of detained protesters experiencing right now?
Yeah, this is very difficult situation for them in Iran. Most of them, they are under the pressure of Islamic Republic security institutions. They ask them for the charge to give them the bodies of their children and their family. This is very complicated situation in Iran. And as I said, because of the shutdown of internet, we have limited access to can talk with them. But even a few images and a few calls from Iran shows how much their situation is difficult and hard.
And just days ago, Iran's foreign minister suggested protesters would not face execution, but now that seems to have changed. Why?
Yeah, today, Ghulam Hossein Mohsenejei, as you said, the head of Iran's judiciary, once again openly threatened protesters, stating that detained will be punished to the maximum extent without hesitation. This makes one thing very clear. Despite claims circulated in some media that the Islamic Republic will refrain from executions or mass death sentences, we are likely to witness widespread execution in Iran very soon.
So they don't seem to be feeling threatened by President Trump's threats to strike if they do execute.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Even today, reports from inside the country indicate that wounded protesters have been shot inside hospitals, and there are credible accounts suggesting the use of toxic or chemically treated. In several cases, individuals reportedly died within minutes of being wounded, apparently due to poisoning.
And the judiciary is now using the charge of muharib, or waging war against God. How has this charge been used historically, and what does it mean legally?
Legally, that means they are going to execute the people. That means exactly. When they use the muharib, that means they are against God, they are against Allah, and they have right to execute them.
And how united is the regime's leadership right now?
Excuse me?
How united is the regime's leadership right now?
Yeah, that's. I think the leadership. If you mean the Ali Khamenei, do you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. That's I think the best description is coming from President Trump about him, that he's the mad person. He's not the person that can lead a huge civilization and country like Iran. He's against his people. He's living in his dreams that think that many people like him. That is not true. Most of the people that are affiliated to Khamenei and also to the government, because I want to say something clear. This is not difference between Ali Khamenei and Pezeshkian and even Abbas Araghchi. The Islamic regime is similar to Nazi regime. Abbas Araghchi should be considered a criminal due to his role within the Islamic Republic Supreme National Security Council. I was shocked when I saw him in Fox TV. In reality, all senior officials, include Ali Khamenei of the Islamic Republic, are criminal and should be treated as war criminal. This regime is no different from the Nazi regime. Its record consists of systematic killing, repression, and destruction of human life. For decades, we have witnessed mass killings, executions, and imprisonment of religious minorities, including Baha'is, Jewish, and Christians. As a result, millions of Iranians have been forced into exile. Millions now live outside Iran, waiting for the day they can return home. Large numbers of Iranians are currently stranded in countries like Turkey, awaiting asylum decisions from safer nations. That's you see, this is what happened in Iran, not in Iran, even out of Iran. Many of my friends who are not political activists at all, but doctors like dentists, have been threatened by agents and intelligence networks linked to the Islamic Republic, warning them that they will face consequences if they speak about the protests in Iran, as well our families inside the Iran. So my family inside Iran is under pressure, just like the families of many others who speak out publicly.
Wow. And how loyal are Khamenei's closest men to him? You said, the people of Iran are not loyal to him whatsoever, but how about his closest men?
The closest man, of course, the most important part of the IRGC, the government, no different. They are reformist government, or they were like Islamic and radical Islamic government. Most of them, they affiliate to the Khamenei. We have something like, say, Sofraya Enqilab. That means the table of food of the revolution, that many people have hands on this table. So, of course, they affiliate to Ali Khamenei, but we Iranian, we are millions. So, of course, we want to reclaim our country. The Islamic Republic is trying to silence us. I hope the world finally stands on the right side of history, and that Western governments, especially President Donald Trump and European leaders, take action to remove these cancerous from the Middle East.
Absolutely. And do the protesters want President Donald Trump to strike the regime?
Of course, they count on President Trump. That is the first time I can say publicly. But that is true. This regime is fully armed. How people without arm, how people with the empty hand can fight with this regime, with this oppressive regime?
If the U.S. doesn't strike, how much longer do you think these protests can continue?
Yeah, the protest is continue. I don't think so. We lost many people inside the Iran. Their family, now they are in shock, but I don't think so they can silence the people. It's going to take a time, but we are going to lose a lot of souls and a lot of people inside the Iran.
And finally, what message do Iranians want the outside world to hear right now?
As I told you, we want the world to stand in the right side of the history. This is the time. This is the time that you can remove the terrorist regime not from the Middle East, because you can see this is not about the proxies. This is not about what they are going to do in the Middle East. You see a lot of terrors during the war. Also, what's going on in Venezuela. Most of them, they come from Iran. They charge 90% of the terrorist groups in Venezuela, they have been charged with Islamic Republic. The Hezbollah, 90% charged by the Islamic Republic. The Houthis also. This is not just about the Iran. This is about all over the world. If you want the safety, if you want the security, if you want to make a secure place for your civilians, you have to stand up against the Islamic Republic.
Mitra, thank you. Our hearts and mind are all with the people of Iran right now.
Thank you very much.
And today, Israel just announced that the IDF is carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Among the targets were Hezbollah training camps, rocket launching sites, and tunnel shafts used to store weapons. Next, phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is taking shape as new appointments and international reactions continue to emerge around President Donald Trump's proposed Gaza Board of Peace. Israel's security cabinet met as more countries confirmed they have received invitations to join the new body, which is expected to oversee reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. Pakistan confirmed it has been invited to join the board. If it accepts, it would become another country with no diplomatic relations with Israel to take part in the largely symbolic council. Islamabad said it would remain engaged in international efforts, framing its position around Palestinian self-determination and United Nations resolutions. Pakistan has also accused Israel of genocide, a claim Israel strongly rejects. In Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a series of meetings over the matter. Israeli officials say their main objection is not the idea of a Palestinian civil administration in Gaza, but the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the executive board, citing both countries' ties to Hamas. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has been tasked with formally presenting Israel's concerns to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We'll be returning shortly with another guest to address this subject further. Meanwhile, Israel's Air Force received a major boost. 3 new F-35 fighter jets landed at an airbase in southern Israel, bringing Israel's total fleet to 48 aircrafts. The jets arrived from the United States. The delivery is part of Israel's original order of 50 F-35s. An additional 25 aircrafts ordered in 2024 are expected to begin arriving in 2028. Military officials stress the arrival is routine and not directly linked to current tensions with Iran. The F-35 is used for deep strike missions, intelligence gathering, and air superiority in high-threat environments. Its stealth technology allows the Israeli Air Force to operate inside heavily defended airspace, including areas protected by advanced Iranian air defense systems. Since October 7th, the aircrafts have been used for precision strikes against command centers, weapons depots, and senior militant figures in Gaza and other areas, and also have been providing real-time targeting data to other forces. And now the IDF also released new details today about a highly sensitive operation in Gaza that led to the recovery of the body of fallen soldier Staff Sergeant Oran Shal. Shal was killed and abducted by Hamas during the 2014 Gaza war. His remains were brought back to Israel in January 2025, just days before a ceasefire took effect. The military now says crucial intelligence came from a key figure living at a civilian site in Gaza City, where Shal's body was believed to be hidden. Troops from the elite Sayeret Matkal unit captured the individual during a secret operation. After interrogation by the Shin Bet, he provided precise information leading to location of the remains. The following day, elite Israeli security forces carried out recovery operation. The IDF says the mission was conducted without endangering any living hostages held in Gaza City at the time. And finally, a diplomatic visit is signaling deeper ties with Central America. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met in Jerusalem with Honduras President-elect Nasrey Tito Asfura. Asfura, a conservative businessman and former mayor, was elected on a platform focused on economic stability, infrastructure, and strong relations with the United States and its allies. Honduras has been one of Israel's closest partners in Central America, regularly supporting Israel in international forums and maintaining warm diplomatic and security ties for decades. The country previously moved its embassy to Jerusalem, which is a step seen in Israel as a major diplomatic gesture. Netanyahu said Israel and Honduras are refashioning their relationship, highlighting cooperation in economy, agriculture, and technology. He also told the president-elect that as far as Israel is concerned, the sky is the limit. Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar also hosted President-elect Asfoura at the Foreign Ministry during his visit, saying he is certain that under Asfoura's leadership, Honduras will once again be Israel's close friends and allies. He pledged Israel's support in strengthening bilateral ties after 4 years of leftist rule in the country.
I welcome you in Jerusalem. It's an ancient city, but it's also a city that looks forward to innovation and to cooperation with you and the people of Honduras. I look forward to working with your government, both in economic fields, in agriculture, in technology, in any of the areas that I think are laid before us. You should know that as far as Israel is concerned, the sky's the limit.
Muchísimas gracias, primer ministro. Estoy seguro que todo lo que usted dijo lo vamos a poder hacer juntos para Israel y Honduras y tener esas relaciones estrechas para las próximas décadas, trabajar por la paz, por la amistad, por un futuro, por una América más unida, más democrática, con paz, trabajo y esperanza. Estoy seguro de eso.
And with us now to discuss phase 2 of this Gaza ceasefire plan is Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of the Middle East Political Information Network. Dr. Mandel, why did President Trump include Turkish and Qatari representatives on the Board of Peace if Israel explicitly asked them to not be included?
So let's just take a step back. We have the Board of Peace. We have the Gaza Executive Board. We have the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. What do these things have to do with one another, and why is Israel upset? So the Board of Peace is sort of replacing the UN. It's not a coalition of willing democracies, as some people would like the UN to be replaced, but it has people that have been invited that are not friends of Israel, and even people like Putin, who is sanctioned by much of the world. But their first action is the Gaza Executive Board, which is going to oversee the peace plan. And that is really where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. That's where the Turkish foreign minister, Egyptian intelligence, and a Qatari diplomat are going to be there. And they are going to be in charge of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. In other words, the technocrats. What has been missed on the technocrats is that the head of it is a guy named Ali Shah, who's a former PA minister, which supposedly the PA wasn't going to be involved here. So you need a scorecard to keep on what's going on. So the president, getting to your original question, is why has he allowed Turkey and Qatar to be there? And they have obviously influenced, lobbied the president. The president thinks that that they could be helpful. There seems to be a little blind spot there because they are basically the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's something that is not good not only for the Middle East but for America. The person who's going to be between the Board of Peace and the Gaza Executive Board is a former UN guy named Nikolai Medvedev. And I've actually met him. And I spoke with an American diplomat recently who gave him a good endorsement. And then there's something I left out, which is the International Stabilization Force, the ones who are actually supposed to do something. And that's an American general, Jasper Jeffries. So there are so many moving parts here. But from Israel's point of view, Qatar and Turkey being involved against, at least publicly, the explicit feelings of Israel is going to create problems. And the one group that you don't see involved here in the managing or doing anything in Gaza is Israel. And then we can't forget, how does this play in that President Trump gave a 2-month deadline for Hamas to be disarmed? Isn't phase 2 supposed to be about disarmament and demilitarization, getting rid of the still extensive tunnel network that's there? Will reconstruction happen, as the international community wants, before Hamas is disarmed? Hamas is thrilled that technocrats are going to be there, where they can be behind the scenes and still run things, dominate things, and let other people take the responsibility for the water and picking up the garbage.
Their mind on what this Gaza Board of Peace is actually about. Can you break down each of these committees and what they're all about a little bit deeper? You touched on it just before, but if you could go a little bit deeper and break that down for those who might want to understand better.
Okay. Well, as far as the Board of Peace, I'll say that's a figurehead for now. And in the with the document I read of the Board of Peace yesterday, Gaza wasn't actually even mentioned. It was going to be involved as a new world body. But the first part here is what will happen within Gaza. That's their first task. And they talk maybe about going on to Ukraine and Venezuela after that. And you're going to have some authoritarians that would be part of that Board of Peace. Now, you do have people who are balancing it. You do have Secretary of State Rubio. You still have Witkoff. You have Kushner. You have Blair, Tony Blair. And so will you get a consensus out of them? The way it's set up, the president is of the Board of Peace part. He is supposed to be basically the one who can say a veto over anything and also could stay in the Board of Peace in perpetuity. When you get down to the Gaza Executive Board, that is really where the problems Israel, as I said, is going to have and how they handle the NCAG, the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. So what is that going to do in the details, in the weeds? It's going to manage the daily life of Gazans in the red zone. That's the 41% of Gaza that is under Hamas control, where 99% of the civilians live. And you heard what I said. I said 41%. So I was just in Gaza recently with Israeli military intelligence. And what has basically happened is that what was a much higher percentage, or closer to 50, is now down to 41. Israel has been picking off some of those areas. Remember, Israel had a plan, and if Israel is allowed to go in by President Trump, or goes in by itself, which I think would be very dangerous, their next plan is again to decrease that red zone and go into Gaza City. And that's the plan that's on the shelf right now. And that is where the hub of what the residual part of Hamas is. Now, how are these people who are technocrats, how are they going to do anything with Hamas still dominant there? And so the lots of moving parts, lots of nice words of what's going on. But to keep your eye on what will come first and how will they work with them, and will eventually, who's going to disarm Hamas? There's only one group, if you're logical, and it is the IDF. The Israel Defense Forces is the only group that's going to do it. The International Stabilization Force, they don't want to have anything. In fact, they want to stay in Israel's yellow zone to do reconstruction there and just maybe make some statements to make everybody feel good. So Gaza and kinetic actions, more likely in the spring than not. Indy, I can't hear you.
Dr. Mandela, are you with us?
I am. I'm here. Did you hear what I said? I'm at the end.
Wonderful. Just pick back up on your last sentence.
So how, I think there is going to be kinetic actions in the spring, more likely than not, because of the Trump deadline. No matter what the Gaza Oversight Board, Executive Board is going to say. And remember, the International Stabilization Force, another thing that we focused on before, there are no countries willing to go in and disarm Hamas. And they don't want their soldiers coming back in body bags. The only place they want to go is the yellow zone. The yellow zone is what Israel controls, and to begin reconstruction there. Now, that could be a plan where you begin reconstruction. You monitor people coming out of the red zone, check to make sure they're not terrorists, and show the alternate side of what Gaza could be. But again, there's a lot of ifs and maybes going on here. But until Hamas is disarmed, if that's possible, if that's what really the Gaza Executive Board wants, is that what President Trump wants, or will they leave a rump Hamas there to grow? But if I were Israel, I would say, let's stop talking about offensive and defensive weapons. Let's get rid of Hamas totally. They're an American designated terrorist organization.
But Dr. Mandela, if Gaza is under an arms blockade, how is Hamas continuing to rearm itself?
Well, there's different possibilities. One is they can build things just like what's going on, but not as much up north in Hezbollah. I was up north with the 91st Division, and they are building things there. So Hamas developed many of those things. Also, their tunnel networks are still basically intact, the majority of them. There are weapons caches that are still there. And there is some infiltration that can come in. I don't know how much it is, but you do have an active amount of drones bringing over ammunition and weapons from Egypt into Israel by Bedouins who could get it into the red zone. So they have not exhausted all the things. They are certainly depleted. They are certainly weakened, but they certainly can make major problems of what's going on. And again, if they are left in place and that you have a figure, a leaf covering Hamas being in the background and a technocratic government that's there, or an ISF, is International Stable Force, that's there, things with Hamas, they will buy time. And we can't have our Western perspective that we think what's going on now, well, they're weak, let's leave it alone. These terrorists, this jihadism, it thinks in decades. They are willing to wait to rebuild. They know that the West will lose patience. And the technocratic board and all these things will lose patience, go on to another topic sooner or later. You had your guest before. When Iran is the primary issue, people forget what's happening in Gaza. And Hamas is counting on that.
So why is Turkey and Qatar, why is their inclusion complicating cooperation with the board? How could their inclusion complicate cooperation with the rest of the board?
So this is bringing Turkey and Qatar in, is bringing the arsonist in and asking him to put out the fire. Turkey is Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar is Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar is the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood. Turkey, we'll call it the muscle of there. There's an ideological basis to why they help Hamas. Hamas still sits in Doha, and you have Hamas. There may be more Hamas now in Turkey than there are in Qatar. In Turkey, if you remember the 2016 kidnapping of the 3 Israeli soldiers, Israeli children, teenagers in Gush Etzion, that was planned by Hamas in Turkey. So you have real fears of Israel, of what's going on. You just have to read, just Google the rhetoric, the blatant anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, whatever you want to say, of Erdogan, of what he says. Qatar is smoother about what is going on, but got to remember, Qatar was the one who was bringing in the money bags every month. In Qatar's defense, I was in Doha in 2023. They told me it was all coordinated with the Mossad and with the Israeli government, which brings up your own internal domestic problems that are happening at this time. So this is 5-dimensional chess. And unfortunately, the West very often plays checkers in trying to understand the Middle East. But Israel's adversaries are very smart, whether we're talking the Qataris, the Turks, or people who are frenemies, like the Jordanians and Egyptians, who have their own interests. Sometimes they overlap. Right now, nobody wants to be on Israel's side around. The only one is, and should thank, is President Trump, who has done amazing things. You imagine you would have never gotten, without President Trump, have gotten out live hostages, everyone but one of the deceased hostages, and Israel was able to remain in the majority of Gaza at the end. So he is an unconventional president, and he can do amazing things other presidents cannot do or are willing to do. But now he's getting into bringing up this much more complex issue of the Board of Peace, Executive Board, the technocrats, the ISF, and we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. We're just seeing words on a piece of paper at this time, but having Turks and Qataris involved, not a good sign for Israel.
Dr. Mendel, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a joy to have you on ILTV.
Thank you for having me.
And finally, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of the Middle East. I'm Mindy Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled bin David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. As anti-regime demonstrations intensify across Iran, security forces gun down thousands of protesters in the streets. Iranian officials accuse the U.S. and Israel of fueling the unrest and say they are prepared for war if it goes on. President Trump urges Iranians to continue protesting and says help is on the way without specifying what kind of action the U.S. will be taking. The IDF says it is preparing for the possibility Iran will strike Israel in retaliation for any U.S. attack. The Trump administration advances to phase 2 of its Gaza peace plan, including the creation of a Palestinian technocratic administration overseen by a peace council comprised of global figures. This as Hamas refuses to disarm, and the IDF eliminates 6 terrorists who attempted to infiltrate the Rafah area in what it calls a serious violation of the ceasefire agreement. An IDF airstrike eliminates a terrorist engaged in rebuilding the military infrastructure of Hezbollah in the Beit Jabil area of Lebanon. This after Israel refutes claims by the Lebanese government that it has disarmed Hezbollah forces south of the Litani River as per the ceasefire agreement. And now our big story. The protests in Iran are intensifying, and so is the regime's brutal crackdown of the unrest. Iran has confirmed over 2,000 shot dead by security forces, though some opposition figures put the number of fatalities much higher. President Trump has encouraged the protests to continue and vowed to hit Iran hard if the killings did also, a warning the regime has blatantly defied. So what will the U.S. do now? And if it does strike, how will the Ayatollahs respond? Here's what Trump had to say.
U.S. airstrikes comes to that. Will have the result of protecting the protesters.
Well, you never know, do you? You never know.
Do you think it's...
So far, my track record's been excellent, but you never know.
Do you think it's going to be something kinetic like that, or more like cyber? Or
well, I can't tell you that. I know exactly what it would be. We have to make a decision.
Sir,
but I can't be. Obviously, I can't be telling you.
And joining us in the studio for more is Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of MEPIN, the Middle East Political and Information Network. And from the U.S., Camilla Intek Habafard, editor-in-chief of the Independent Persian. Thank you for joining us. Eric, I want to start with you. We just heard President Trump saying help is on the way, not committing himself to what specific type. There is question of whether the U.S. may strike Iran even in the coming days. Reports just in the last a few moments that the Al Udeid base in Qatar, the U.S. has told some personnel to evacuate certain parts of that, maybe concerned about Iranian retaliation. What do you think the president is going to decide on at this time?
So I think the advice that he's getting is, will this stabilize or destabilize the region for American business interests and those partners like Qatar and Saudi Arabia who are whispering in his ear, maybe not to act so quickly. The president also wants victories. And the president, you remember, in the 12-day war, he waited a week before he joined in, before he knew that it would be effective and American planes wouldn't be shot down because Israel had done a lot of the hard work. So what can America do? First, it could do covert actions. Covert actions would be like cyber attacks against the command structure, against state media to shut it down. They could do economic. They could seize tankers, part of the shadow fleet. They could do secondary sanctions. That means anybody who trades with Iran, and that would affect countries that are American, quote, friends, like Turkey and UAE. And then it gets to the kinetic actions. The kinetic actions would be to actually target the IRGC, 150,000, and then you're talking about the Baji paramilitary. There could be up to 1 million of them. But the president has said that he wants the protesters to take over institutions. And his red lines, though, keep changing. And now we hear that there's anywhere between 2,500 and maybe 20,000 that are dead. Who knows how many more have been killed. But that red line's changing. He's now talking about if they start hanging them. I'm not exactly sure where that came from. So I think things are a little up in the air. But the president, if you remember, sent B-2s in the wrong direction to fool people when he was going to strike.
Right.
So maybe he will be a little clandestine in what he's doing here. But my inclination is, when you go day to day, I still think he's going to do something. And I think if he's going to do it, I think it would be something of significance. Otherwise, the Iranian protesters are counting on him to do this. And we don't want this to be 2009, the Green Revolution, where President Obama chose appeasement of the Ayatollah for a nuclear deal. Here, President Trump does not want to follow that legacy.
Right. And Camille, what do the Iranian protesters in the streets want from the U.S., from President Trump? There is some discussion about whether a U.S. attack on Iran could, how much it would actually help, for example, the uprising there. And if not that, what actions would be effective?
Hello to everyone, and good afternoon to the viewers. What the Iranians are asking for is very bold. They are asking President Trump to eliminate Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader. The other versions of the issues maybe President Trump is facing for is not about the way and the plan he has to hit the regime hard, which they stop to killing and oppressing the protesters, or regime changes, which it is on the table maybe. It's mainly is Iranian neighbors. We had lots of open messages saw yesterday on Twitter from Qatar to Oman has been asking President Trump to not attack Iran because the retaliation, it can be hard on their neighboring countries. I don't want to specific name anyone in the Persian Gulf, but all of them perhaps these days are at the front line of the regime retaliation. Thinking of the regional allies of the U.S. in the region, I believe it is the most major consideration and concern for President Trump and his security advisors to has been holding this attack or goal-oriented kind of the attack to Tehran. But unfortunately, as we are speaking now, the head of the judiciary threatening to immediately retaliate and execute and harsh punishment for the demonstrators to be carried on. And as much as this help has been delayed, I have fears for more lives has been taken or massive execution will happen in the prisons, in the lack of the internet connection and a good communication inside Iran. Still, the real number of these people hasn't been disclosed, but based on the information I have receiving from Iran, and also knowing what type of the retaliation the regime usually taking to shatter the demonstrations, we could say is more than 1,000 people already killed, if we not including those people who are seriously injured or might be in silent of the Western countries to be executed inside of the prison. That was the most serious demonstrations and uprising in Iran since the Islamic Republic, and that was the most threatening to topple the regime since in just shorter than 2 weeks. We can see how urgently Iranian needs help and how urgently the regime needs to oppress the people in order to secure its spot. What kind of the help and what type of the assistant President Trump is thinking to bring that to Iranians still is mystery, but I hope it doesn't come too late to can save some lives in Iran.
Right, certainly not. Eric, let me ask you, certainly one country in the region that does want to see the U.S. act is Israel, though there is a question of timing. There are some in Israel that say maybe it should be delayed a little bit to a point where it'll really impact on the regime. And then there's a question of if the U.S. attacks Iran, we could expect Iran to attack Israel. How should Israel respond? Because the regime would like to certainly to somehow transform this into a battle against Israel rather than against the Iranian people.
Absolutely. So the question is, and this would have to be coordinated with the United States. So say there is an American attack. The first targets could be American bases, Al-Uaid, or places in Iraq or Syria where there are American assets. Remember, there are no American carrier groups now, which makes attacks different than in the past. So what should Israel do? Israel needs to prepare if they're struck. But then how does Israel respond? Does Israel want to destroy the economy, hit Bandar Abbas, where the container port is, hit Karg Island, knock out 3/4 of their exporting? Because if there really is regime change here, then you want the people to have an economy afterwards. But that would definitely cripple the regime going forward. You remember the IRGC basically owns the economy. And they will do anything, they and the Ayatollah, to stay in power. And to stay in power, they are playing by the playbook that if you do enough killing and repression, then we understand in the West that you're not going to have a revolution, which is what is needed to be here. What you need, at least according to Western ears, is defections. Now, defections in IRGC, Abaji, hard. But could you have defections in the Army? Army is different than the IRGC. And if you had even one or two, that could change everything. And so could the United States create something? Now, granted, we have a CIA, we have human assets that are there. That would be, I think, a game changer. But the tipping point is always when the people in the streets stop fearing the security apparatus. And that hourglass is decreasing. And that's why we Americans need to act and not leave these people hung to dry.
Well, let's ask somebody with good contacts in Iran, community, those two questions. One, how close is it to the tipping point when you will really see a critical mass of Iranians out on the street, despite the fact that, as you both say, they're risking their lives? And two, is there a possibility of defections within at least the military apparatus, it seems like you would need that, because unlike the situation in Syria, the IRGC is fiercely loyal to the Ayatollahs and is still a formidable force.
There is a little gap here I should describe about the regime and the people, widely open. Because, yes, the regime is so ideologic, the regime is so brutal, but the economy, it's horrible. The real value is soaring down against of the international currencies. Yes, all of them are here to say Iranians are so fed up. But the other side of this story is a regime which still has so much interest in the region, and it has its own supporters too. Maybe one of the reasons still is holding President Trump back and still makes the regime so much counting on them is those militia. Still there are some militias in Syria, still there are some militias in Iraq, and still in Lebanon, this Yemen. All these people can be a more kind of the global threat at this stage. However, Iranian doesn't care. What would be happen if those other militias wants to make some issues for the countries which they are hosting them? But I'm not very much agree if we said Iranian military is very much different than the IRGC, which the other dear guest at the studio mentioned. Yes, we try to embarrass them when we were saying stay with Iranian people. You are not the revolutionary guards. You are not devoted to the supreme leader. But Khalif, it's almost 47 years past since revolution, and the national army so much changed since. Ayatollah Khomeini made a massive execution at the beginning of the revolution to make sure all of these patriotic member of the army has been killed, and the new generations has been grown in the way the supreme leader is wishing for. They are all brainwashed. We had the statement from the national army a few days ago were saying he would stood with the regime and they would protecting the entities of the people against of these agitators. They called the demonstrators, riots, agitator, and anything you name it. Here we shouldn't count so much on the national army. Iranian people were counting on themselves and foreign help. That's why these days they were so much seeking and asking for President Trump to come and assist them. Speaking of striking some capacities of Iranian, making drones maybe on the table, maybe some missiles also, it's another target for President Trump. this point, if there would be an escalation between Iran and the US, I believe that not too early they would conducting attack on Israel, because now they were speaking about American bases, American entities, American personnel, and none of them are inside Israel, as what I understand. They are mainly talking about regional countries, the countries which have a very good growing economy, and any confrontation and escalation can be also damage their interest, and not only American interest, the regional interest. Maybe more specific kind of the target would be more preferred than Iranian quickly can seize the opportunities and with the help of others overthrow the regime. And here we have a fantastic opposition leader, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, which is the most threatening danger and obvious danger to the Islamic Republic. And the one Iranian were so much counting on his leadership. We shouldn't forget his role, which play a very crucial role here at this uprising.
All right. Now, Iranian officials are not surprisingly blaming the U.S. and Israel. Specifically, the Mossad is viewing the protests and say while they are ready to negotiate with the U.S., they are ready for war if attacked. Here's one response.
ما خواهان جنگ نیستیم ولی برای جنگ آمادگی کامل داریم. در این حال همونطور که بارها گفتم ما برای مذاکره هم آمادگی داریم.
Eric, as we saw with Venezuela, President Trump sometimes likes to strike or use the threat of the strike and then go to talks. Any possibility, even though at this point he's cut off contact with Iranian officials, he may still go to that playbook?
Right. I think if he goes to that playbook, and there are definitely people in the administration counseling that, I think that will be an abandonment of the Iranian people. And I think that they will miss a great opportunity, a generational opportunity to change the regime. By the way, I'm very aware that a regime collapse does not necessarily mean a good regime change. The most likely group that would take over is an organized group. And who's organized? The IRGC, even if it breaks down, they're the most likely. You think of the Arab Spring back in 2011, with liberals were there, and when they tried to overthrow Mubarak, and they did, who took over? It was a Muslim Brotherhood. They were the most organized. So who is the most organized here? As far as the Crown Prince goes, can he be a transitional figure like King Juan Carlos in Spain, where you had a situation after the authoritarian Franco, you can switch over? And do enough people remember? Right now, the people who live in Iran, the vast majority weren't even alive when the Shah was there. So there's a nostalgia for what's there, and things very often seem better than they actually were. But he is the only leader. But I've been working with Iranian dissidents through a whole spectrum, and there's a mixture. The external groups are not solidified together, although for the first time it does seem the Crown Prince is the one. But again, President Trump, at least as of this moment, has not invited him in. Supposedly was going to be invited, the Crown Prince was going to be invited into the White House, but to meet with Rubio and the Secretary of War. So they haven't given him the full legitimacy. And again, that's because the administration President Trump, I should say, hasn't decided what to do, and the victory is not guaranteed.
Right, and so let me go to Camille on that point, because what's defeated previous uprisings is that lack of an organized opposition centered perhaps on certainly one leadership figure. Is the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, is that figure, is that in place now? Or could we just see chaos? Could we see Iran disintegrate if this current regime falls?
No, if the regime falls, I cannot see any chaotic situation that happen inside Iran. Yes, there are lots of institutions try to making fears and telling Iranians any uprising or any chaotic situation may turn to a huge violence, and the sects and different groups comes to fight each other in Tehran. And but I guess this event has been made by the regime. This is their narratives to hold the power as long as is possible. Seeing the scene today, how all Iranians under one flag, the flag of Lion and Sun, which for thousands of years were our national flags, were united despite of different opinion or maybe different goals at this uprising. They are all united to just topple the regime. And as Mr. Eric says, I'm one of the one, remember, pre-Islamic time. I was 6 years old, and I have a very clear memory of what had happened during revolution and what Iran were looking like before the revolution. Yes, most of the Iranians were seeking this time, and Pahlavi is the symbol of this great time Iranian were had, and they were not isolated. Iranians were so well respected. Iran had voices among of the international community, and that sort of the thing I can see still. Reza Pahlavi can elaborate for them. We are not imposing anyone on Iranians, but yes. But let me finish this word. But even Reza Pahlavi says after this uprising, Iranian will decide which they like to restore. There is nothing to impose on them, and perhaps that's why President Trump hasn't met him yet.
All right. Well, we'll have to leave it at that, Camilla, and take help before. But Dr. Eric Mandel, thank you for joining us on Security Brief.
Pleasure.
And now a final word. It's an old debate. Are Jews as individuals or as a whole safer within the borders of Israel or scattered across the globe in the communities of the Jewish diaspora? Now, there are cases to be made for both sides, but the discussion has assumed a new urgency in recent years. On one hand, the October 7th attack and the multi-front war that erupted in its wake, which claimed the lives of so many Israeli Jews, has fueled concerns that concentrating the Jewish people in one locale, in a geopolitically hostile and unstable region, may not be the best solution for their security. On the other hand, the surge in global anti-Semitism since October 7th, and attacks such as the massacre on Australia's Bondi Beach, has raised fears that diaspora communities are vulnerable in the face of rising Jew hatred and the failure of many nations to provide the necessary security for their local Jewish populations. Now, here in Israel, there is no doubt among Jews which option is safer. A recent survey by the Israel Democracy Institute found that a large majority of Israeli Jews, 76%, believe it is safer today for Jews to live in Israel, as opposed to only 15% who feel it is safer for Jews abroad. In some ways, though, this conclusion flies in the face of some glaring facts. The number of Israeli Jews killed in wars and terror attacks since the establishment of the Jewish state in 1948 far exceeds those murdered in the diaspora simply for being Jewish. So why the confidence that Israel is safer for the Jews? Well, certainly if one takes a broader historical approach, the necessity for an independent Jewish state able to defend itself is crystal clear. We are only a few generations removed from the Holocaust, in which over a third of the global Jewish population was wiped out, in a Europe that most believed had evolved beyond the barbarity displayed by the Nazi regime. Yet, since World War II, the remaining remnants of European Jewry, as well as the thriving Jewish community of North America, felt increasingly confident that the type of violent anti-Semitism seen before and during the war was a thing of the past. But that confidence has certainly been shattered by the wave of incidents targeting diaspora Jewry in recent years, culminating in last month's Bondi massacre. But despite all this, and despite Israel's ability to militarily recover from the October 7th attack and deliver crushing blows against its enemies in the region, there is a logic to the notion that the dispersion of Jews across the globe over the centuries provided a certain advantage to the continuity of the Jewish people as a whole, even if it was sometimes at the cost of security for individual Jews and individual communities. And in a time when the Jewish state's most ardent enemy is still seeking to obtain the nuclear weapons that could literally wipe this relatively small nation off the map, it is foolish to believe that Israel is immune to from the same fate if the tides of history turn against it. So I was glad to see that the same survey from the IDI found that 90% of Israeli Jews believe Israel should pressure foreign governments to ensure the security of Jewish communities abroad. In addition, 80% support sending emissaries from Israel to diaspora Jewish communities, and 60% back direct Israeli involvement in providing security arrangements for Jewish events abroad. Now, for decades, diaspora Jewish communities have contributed to Israel's security through financial aid, political lobbying, and moral support. Today, unfortunately, some of those communities may need Israel's help in providing security during these uncertain times. But at the end of the day, the future of both the Jewish state and the Jewish diaspora will benefit from a commitment to their shared security and the belief that any Jew anywhere in the world, be it in Israel or the diaspora, deserves a life free from fear and threats simply because they are a Jew. Thank you for joining ILTV Security Brief.
And as Hanukkah shines a light on Jewish sovereignty and resilience, Regavim is warning of a quieter battle unfolding across Israel's heartland. Recent studies reveal how illegal construction and infrastructure are reshaping reality on the ground and threatening Israel's control over key areas, including Jerusalem. Let's take a look.
Regavim calls it a silent takeover, not marked by dramatic confrontations, but by steady, illegal construction that is changing facts on the ground and weakening Israel's sovereignty. The organization applies its methods across Israel and has helped shape national policy in the Negev and the Galilee. But as Hanukkah shines a light on the roots of Jewish sovereignty, this report focuses on the biblical heartland, Jerusalem, Judea, and Samaria, the places most closely tied to the Hashmonaim struggle. For example, a Regavim study presented last month to the Knesset Interior and Environment Committee focused on Jerusalem and revealed a striking imbalance. Since 1999, more than 2,500 illegal structures have been built in open areas of eastern Jerusalem, compared to just 68 in the west. In total, the city has lost more than 3,500 dunams of open land, designated initially as green spaces and future development reserves. The data is based on GIS mapping, aerial imagery, and extensive fieldwork. According to the study, nearly all illegal construction in open areas occurs in eastern Jerusalem, yet enforcement remains uneven. Moreover, years of neglect have allowed illegal building to spread unchecked, damaging natural landscapes, heritage sites, and creating serious urban blight and security threats. The study also challenges the claim that illegal construction is driven by overcrowding. Regavim found that several neighborhoods with high rates of illicit building have some of the lowest population densities in the world. Regavim says illegal construction is a national challenge and is warned that it is being used as a political tool to alter Israel's character and control over land. The Jerusalem findings fit into a much broader picture. For example, for more than a decade, Regavim has documented a coordinated Palestinian Authority effort to seize control of Area C through illegal construction, agriculture, and infrastructure. Despite the fact that international law recognizes Israel's full jurisdiction in Area C, international actors have spent hundreds of millions of dollars and euros to support this illegal activity. Central to the Palestinian Authority's strategy of quiet annexation is a vast network of unauthorized roads. Regavim's research shows that illegal road construction in Area C has nearly doubled over the past 15 years, enabling further land grabs and posing serious security risks. Regavim says the consequences are clear. Each illegal road and structure erodes Israeli sovereignty and narrows the window for effective action. This Hanukkah, the lesson is the same as it was 2,000 years ago. Sovereignty is not preserved by words alone. It must be defended on the ground, in real time, and before it's lost.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. And now Iran is warning the United States that any strike on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would lead to full-scale war. Iran's president said an attack on Khamenei would be treated as a declaration of war against the Iranian people. The warning comes as tensions rise and reports say Washington is considering military operations against Iran's leadership, while protests continue to shake the country. At the same time, Iran is signaling a tougher response to the demonstrations. The judiciary is now openly raising the possibility of executions linked to the unrest. This marks a change in tone just days after Iran's foreign minister suggested detainees would not be executed. At a press conference, a judiciary spokesman said some cases have been classified as something called maharib, a religious charge that means waging war against God, which can carry the death penalty under Iranian law. The regime continues to blame the protest on foreign enemies, including the United States and Israel, as it moves to reassert control after weeks of deadly demonstrations. And today, Israel just announced that the IDF is carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Among the targets were Hezbollah training camps, rocket launching sites, and tunnel shafts used to store weapons. Next, phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is taking shape as new appointments and international reactions continue to emerge around President Donald Trump's proposed Gaza border peace. Israel's security cabinet met as more countries confirmed they have received invitations to join the new body, which is expected to oversee reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. Reports from the Kremlin say Trump even asked Russian President Vladimir Putin to be part of the border peace. Plus, Pakistan confirmed it has been invited to join the board. If it accepts, it would be another country with no diplomatic relations with Israel to take part in the largely symbolic council. Pakistan is a nation that has accused Israel of genocide, a claim Israel strongly rejects. In Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a series of meetings over the border peace situation. Israeli officials say their main objection is not the idea of a Palestinian civil administration in Gaza, but the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the executive board, citing both countries' ties to Hamas. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has been tasked with formally presenting Israel's concerns to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And in Jerusalem, a tragic incident at an unlicensed kindergarten has left 2 toddlers dead and at least 55 others injured. Authorities say the children were likely exposed to carbon monoxide inside the facility. Police have detained 3 caregivers for questioning as the investigation continues. The kindergarten was operating illegally, according to officials. It's a shocking and heartbreaking incident. Meanwhile, Israel's Air Force received a major boost. 3 new F-35 fighter jets landed at an airbase in southern Israel, bringing Israel's total fleet to 48 aircrafts. The jets arrived from the United States. The delivery is part of Israel's original order of 50 F-35s. An additional 25 aircrafts ordered in 2024 are expected to begin arriving in 2028. Military officials stress the arrival is routine and not directly linked to the current tensions with Iran. The F-35 is used for deep strike missions, intelligence gathering, and air superiority in high-threat environments. Its stealth technology allows the Israeli Air Force to operate inside heavily defended airspace, including areas protected by advanced Iranian air defense systems. Since October 7th, the aircrafts have been used for precision airstrikes against command centers, weapons depots, and senior militant figures in Gaza and other areas, and have also provided real-time targeting data to other forces. And now the IDF also released new details today about a highly sensitive operation in Gaza that led to the recovery of the body of fallen soldier Staff Sergeant Oran Shal. Shal was killed and abducted by Hamas during the 2014 Gaza war. His remains were brought back to Israel in January 2025, just days before a ceasefire took effect. The military now says crucial intelligence came from a key figure living at a civilian site in Gaza City, where Shaw's body was believed to be hidden. Troops from the elite Sayeret Matkal units captured the individual during a secret operation. After interrogation by the Shin Bet, he provided precise information leading to the location of the remains. The following day, elite Israeli security forces carried out the recovery operation. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. My name is India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. Sources in Iran report more than 16,500 protesters killed by the regime in the span of a few days. Israel rejects Qatari and Turkish representatives on the Board of Peace for Phase 2 in Gaza. Former hostage Agam Berger joins thousands in Tel Aviv demanding the return of the last hostage, Ran Gvili. According to a report put together by Iranian doctors, the death toll in the demonstrations in Iran is more than 16,500. President Trump is now saying for the first time that regime change is needed. At the same time, Trump is indicating that diplomacy is still the preferred solution. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The report put together by Iranian doctors says that most of the more than 16,000 dead are young people under 30, and that a further 330,000 people were injured, with much of the brutal government massacre of its own people coming over a two-day period. The regime is now moving to consolidate control after weeks of deadly unrest that began over economic distress and evolved into direct challenges to Iran's theocratic rule. In a first, U.S. President Donald Trump appears to call for the end of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's rule in Iran. Trump told Politico it's time to look for new leadership in Iran, criticizing Khamenei personally and labeling him a sick man who should stop killing people. Trump described Iran as the worst place to live anywhere in the world and said the Supreme Leader's best decision was canceling the execution of over 800 political dissidents. Publicly, Trump said Iran's alleged decision to cancel planned executions of protesters had a major impact on his decision not to launch a military strike, at least for now.
Did Arab and Israeli officials convince you to not strike Iran?
Nobody convinced me. I convinced myself. You had yesterday scheduled over 800 hangings. They didn't hang anyone. They canceled the hangings. That had a big impact.
Amid chants of death to America, Khamenei was anything but thankful in his message to the U.S. president. Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump spoke twice in the past 2 days as Iran continues to threaten retaliation against Israel and U.S. bases across the region if the U.S. strikes. The Prime Minister had this message to the Iranian people at the start of the cabinet meeting.
ישראל עוקבת בדריכות על הנעשה באיראן. הפגנות למען החירות התפשטו ברחבי המדינה. העם בישראל, העולם כולו, משתאה מול הגבורה האדירה של אזרחי איראן. ישראל תומכת במאבקם לחופש ומגנה בתקיפות את מעשי הטבח ההמוני באזרחים חפים מפשע. כולנו תקווה שהאומה הפרסית תשתחרר מקרוב מעול העריצות, וכשיום זה יגיע, ישראל ואיראן יחזרו להיות שותפות נאמנות בבניית עתיד של שגשוג ושלום לשני העמים.
And now phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is now taking shape, with the White House unveiling the new international body that will oversee reconstruction and disarmament of Hamas. The Gaza Board of Peace will include senior U.S. officials, but also foreign representatives from Qatar and Turkey. It's a move that sparked anger from Israel. ILTV's India Naftali has the details.
The White House says the new board will guide Gaza through its post-war transition, from security to governance to rebuilding. But here in Israel, the announcement is being met with deep concern over who is being invited to the table. The White House announced Friday that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair will serve as founding members of a new Gaza Board of Peace. The board will be responsible for rebuilding Gaza and ensuring the disarmament of Hamas as part of Phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement. More than 60 countries have been invited to participate. Turkey and Egypt confirmed they are considering President Donald Trump's invitations for their leaders to join. Argentina's President Javier Milei has already accepted. Canadian media reports that Prime Minister Mark Carney has also agreed to participate. The White House says the board will work alongside a new Palestinian-led technical administration headed by Dr. Ali Shaf. Former UN envoy Nikolai Mladenov will serve as a high representative on the ground, coordinating between the board and the new Gaza administration. Security operations will be led by Major General Jasper Jeffers, who will command an international security force tasked with supporting demilitarization and facilitating humanitarian aid and reconstruction. President Trump said he is backing the technocratic Palestinian government to run Gaza during the transition period. However, the announcement has triggered a sharp response from Israel. The Prime Minister's office said the board's composition was not coordinated with Jerusalem and contradicts Israeli policy. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar to raise the issue directly with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Israeli officials are particularly opposed to the possible inclusion of Turkish President Erdogan, which they describe as a red line. Israel has previously requested that the Trump administration exclude Erdogan from any role in post-war Gaza governance. For now, the Board of Peace is moving forward, even as diplomatic tensions emerge over who will shape Gaza's future. The White House says the board could begin operation within weeks, but with Israel voicing strong objections to some of its members, it remains unclear how smoothly this next phase of the ceasefire will unfold.
Well, now joining us to discuss the situation in Iran, as well as Israel's qualms with the new Gaza Board of Peace, is the Director of Research at the Forum for Foreign Relations, Orel Tobelem. Orel, thank you so much for joining us today on ILTV. We're seeing horrific carnage from Iran. Is there still potential for the people to bring down this regime?
Thank you, Emily. It's a pleasure to make an appearance. I believe that there is a room for the people of Iran to bring down a regime that has oppressed them for more than 4 decades by this point. However, this cannot be achieved without considerable help from foreign powers, especially the United States of America. Now, of course, we've seen horrendous casualties, as you already mentioned. Some reports are saying 12,000, others are saying 50,000 or possibly more. We're seeing reports of people who have been shot in the head whilst in their hospital beds by IRGC militias. Unfortunately, President Donald Trump has neglected right now the promise of foreign intervention, which he made about a week ago, saying that if Iran were to continue shooting protesters, then there would be consequences. Unfortunately, those consequences have not yet materialized, but many Iranians and many friends of the Iranian people, including myself, are hoping that they will.
Now, President Trump has now at least called for new leadership in Iran, but what will it actually take to dismantle this regime altogether, whether it's military strikes or something else?
One of the big problems with totalitarian regimes is that they are ultimately founded upon ideologies. The IRGC and the regime that sits above it are founded on the principles of Khomeinism. Khomeinism is a Shia internationalist theology which is geared towards export. And it is one that wants to subsume the entire world to an Islamic state. These are in the writings of Khomeini himself, in Hukumat-e-Islami, which are the transcribed speeches that he gave to students between January and February 1970. In order to really do away with this regime, unfortunately, global powers are going to have to pursue a de-radicalization strategy elsewhere other than Iran to make sure that any support networks that might still be giving material, moral sympathy or support to the IRGC and its proxies are dismantled. Israel has been doing this quite fantastically since the 7th of October 2023 and the Hamas massacres that took place. But other countries have a lot of space to catch up. The United Kingdom is one of these countries. Australia is also one of these countries. Admittedly, they have taken steps towards that direction. The IRGC and the Islamic regime right now are in a much weaker position today than they were even 6 months ago, largely because I would say members of the international order are waking up to the threat that they represent at a global level, rather than simply for Iranians. It will take a lot of work, not just kinetic offensives, but to de-radicalize and uproot Khomeinism from every facet of everyday life in the West.
Well, you bring up something interesting. Of course, we know that billions of dollars of the Iranian people have been laundered through Western countries, the UK being one of them, Canada being another. So certainly that's something for the international community to look into a bit more when it comes to actually bringing this regime to its knees beyond any kinetic strikes. I do want to switch a little bit to Gaza before I let you go, though. I mean, we saw the Board of Peace having representation from both Turkey and Qatar. Now, as a reminder, the foreign minister of Turkey has recently eulogized Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh. How can Israel expect these people to disarm Hamas right on our border?
In the simplest terms, Emily, it cannot. Turkey and Qatar are essentially the greatest sponsors ideologically and financially of the Muslim Brotherhood. Many Muslim Brotherhood branches are based directly in Turkey. There are Hamas leaders who are based in Qatar. The family and the sons, especially of Osama bin Laden and other affiliates of Al-Qaeda, are based in Doha. And this is extremely concerning that now they have tried to take on a role in the governance of Gaza. What we are seeing right now seems to be kind of a new mandate for Palestine, but one that is now governed by a bit of a hodgepodge of international so-called partners rather than the British colonial order that it was about 100 years ago. It's very concerning that especially Qatar, which is a leading financier of Muslim Brotherhood activity, especially in the West, is now poised to take a crucial position in the so-called disarmament, de-radicalization of Hamas, a group that it funded for years. And I'm not entirely sure why they are being appointed to a board of peace at all, seeing as peace is not within their national strategy. Qatar and Turkey. Turkey is also very much on the radar for many people, especially Israel. Erdogan has previously published statements claiming that Al-Aqsa belongs to the Turkish state owing to its Ottoman legacy. Erdogan is someone who has very much invested in Muslim Brotherhood ideology in its educational curricula. There's a new policy of neo-Ottomanism that teenagers and adolescents in Turkey are learning through the school system. It's going to be very difficult to wrap one's head around exactly what Turkey and Qatar are doing in a new Gaza. But that will be for the Israelis to figure out and certainly block if it presents a danger.
All right, well, we'll keep you updated on that. I want to thank you, Orel Tobelem, for joining us today and shedding some light on the situation.
Thank you, Emily.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a phone conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin as regional tensions over Iran continue. According to the Kremlin, the two leaders discussed developments in Iran and the broader Middle East. Putin offered Russia's assistance in mediating and said he favors stepping up political and diplomatic efforts to maintain regional stability and security. Meanwhile, Moscow is also engaging Tehran directly, with Putin speaking separately to the Islamic Republic President Masoud Pezeshkian, underlying Russia's active role with both sides as it seeks to de-escalate the crisis. This is how the Kremlin described the Netanyahu-Putin phone call.
Помимо текущих дел внутрироссийских, сегодня первую половину дня президент во многом посвятил ситуацию вокруг Ирана. Сегодня уже состоялся телефонный разговор с премьер-министром Израиля Нетаньяху. Не только Ирану, но и всему региону и делу региональной стабильности и мира Россия оказывает и сейчас, вот в том числе и благодаря президентской активности, которая направлена на то, чтобы способствовать деэскалации напряжения.
Well, over the weekend, an important summit brought together key figures from Jewish and American backgrounds to discuss geopolitics, the rise of anti-Semitism, and the fight against it. ILTV was at the Israeli-American Council National Summit in Florida. Let's go now to our correspondent, Libby Alon, who was at the event.
Yes, Emily, good evening. I am here in Florida at the IAC event, one of the largest gatherings in the United States. More than 4,000 people came from across the country to show their support for the strong connection between Israel and the United States. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy Yehuda Kaplu, Miriam Edelson, and many others were here to speak. ILTV had the privilege of being on the ground, listening, speaking, and interviewing some of the most influential voices in the room. This is what it looks like during the weekend.
This past weekend in Miami was a true celebration of Jewish identity and community. More than 4,000 Jews from across the United States gathered for the IAC conference, an event dedicated to strengthening the ties between Israel and the United States and reinforcing Jewish identity.
I remember when President Trump and I were talking, Steve Witkoff was in the room, and we were talking about Iran. And I said, the one comment I said, if we're ever going to take action, I want to phone a friend. And that friend is Israel, because of the capability and the friendship that we have with them, and Israel has very unique capabilities.
The conference featured prominent speakers and influencers from around the world, Special Envoy Yehuda Kaplan, philanthropist Dr. Miriam Edelson, and others, who discussed the challenges ahead and ways to strengthen the bond between Jewish communities and Israel.
Global anti-Semitism is on the rise. How we combat it is part of what was said before about having a cohesive strategy. The battle is, we're fighting it. We are not tolerating one issue of anti-Semitism. The president has made it clear, and for those of you who don't know, on Monday he said anti-Semitism has no place in America.
The conference also addressed key geopolitical issues. U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff spoke about Iran, revealing that at President Trump's direction, the U.S. contacted Iran officials to express concern over report of mass execution of anti-regime protesters.
President Trump warned the Iranians, and at his direction, we communicated with the Iranians yesterday, and one of the things we were concerned about were the killings that were rumored to be on the way. Hangings, mass hangings, and that's been shut down. I think, as everyone knows, the president has announced that. He's the only one in the world who has that indomitable strength that can bend people. I watch it happen. It's quite remarkable to watch it happen.
The people of Iran clearly want that regime gone. What would you say to them?
I'd say to them, they're incredibly courageous people, and we stand with you.
The Trump administration was strongly represented with Attorney General Pam Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Hermit Ilan, emphasizing their commitment to fighting anti-Semitism and strengthening ties with Israel.
I believe that quite a bit of what we're seeing online and in our universities and attacks on our houses of worship is funded by foreign governments and foreign evil actors, and that is definitely a focus of this administration, to trace the money and understand who's funding it, because that's critical to stopping it.
God bless you. We will continue to fight for Israel. Shabbat Shalom.
The IAC conference once again proved to be a powerful platform strengthening Jewish identity and the enduring bond between Israel and American Jewry.
Over the weekend, the IDF was active on multiple fronts with deadly clashes with terrorists taking place in Gaza, Lebanon, and Judea and Samaria. ILTV's Devo Klein has the rundown.
Beginning with Gaza, the IDF and Shin Bet confirmed they carried out targeted airstrikes across the Gaza Strip against Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad operatives following blatant violations of the October ceasefire. Among those killed was Muhammad Khamed Muhammad al-Khalwi, a senior commander in Hamas's Al-Qassam brigades, involved in the October 7, 2023 attack and a 1995 assault on the Nahal Oz checkpoint. The IDF also confirms the death of the commander of the Islamic Jihad missile unit in central Gaza. The IDF and Shin Bet say any ceasefire violation will be met with a firm response, and that they will continue to act against threats to Israeli troops and civilians. In Judea and Samaria, the IDF arrested 5 Palestinians over the past day in connection with 2 separate Molotov cocktail incidents. Troops operating near villages in the northern Samaria identified 2 suspects who were planning to throw Molotov cocktails at a civilian road. Soldiers opened fire to remove the threat, wounding 1 and arrested both. In a separate incident near Kafr Malik, northeast of Ramallah, assailants threw an explosive device and a Molotov cocktail at a road leading to the Mount Chatzor military base. Neither devices detonated and no one was hurt. 3 suspects were arrested in the event. The IDF says troops shot and killed a Palestinian man who ran at a soldier holding a large rock during violent riots in Al-Mukhayir. The army says forces had come under attack and acted to protect themselves. Security forces say operations are continuing to prevent attacks on Israeli civilians and troops. And turning to the north, an Israeli airstrike on a vehicle in southern Lebanon has killed 1 person. The IDF says the target was a Hezbollah operative who was violating the ceasefire by working to rehabilitate the terror group's infrastructure in the area. The military says the strike breached the understandings of the U.S. brokered ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. The incident comes days after the Lebanese army claimed it had completed its first phase of disarming Hezbollah south of the Litani River, a claim Israel says falls far short of ceasefire requirements.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Hundreds gathered Friday evening at Hostage Square in Tel Aviv for a Shabbat service demanding the return of the last remaining hostage body still held in Gaza, that of slain police officer Master Sergeant Ran Gvili. Speaking to the crowd, Ran's father, Itzik, said the family draws strength from the unity on display, saying people from right and left have come together as one big family, just as his son dreamed. The gathering culminated in a powerful moment as former hostage Agam Berger took the stage playing the song Habaita, Homeward, on the violin. Berger said she may have returned home a year ago, but Israel will not truly be home until Ran Gvili returns. As the potential of war with the Islamic Republic remains high, the Israel Defense Forces say they are operating at peak readiness on all fronts while urging the public to remain calm and rely only on official information. IDF spokesman Brigadier General Effie Defrin said the Army has been closely monitoring developments in recent weeks, with the Chief of Staff holding continuous situational assessments with all relevant authorities. The IDF has strengthened capabilities, preparing for a wide range of scenarios, both defensive and offensive. Defrin acknowledged growing public concern, but stressed that there's no change at this stage to the Homefront Command guidelines and warned against the spread of rumors.
לאורך השבועות האחרונים וביתר שאת בימים האחרונים, אנחנו עוקבים אחר ההתפתחויות באזור. בהתאם לכך, הרמטכ"ל מקיים מערכות מצב שוטפות עם כל הגורמים הרלוונטיים. האחריות שלנו בצה"ל היא לנהל את המצב בצורה שקולה, מקצועית ואחראית. אנחנו פועלים במוכנות מלאה למגוון רחב של תרחישים. בשבועות האחרונים, חיזקנו יכולות והגברנו את המוכנות בכל הגבולות. כפי שאמר הרמטכ"ל אתמול בביקור במערך ההגנה האווירית, חשוב שכל אזרח בישראל ידע, צה"ל ערוך ומוכן כל העת, ובאופן נרחב, גם בהגנה וגם בהתקפה. אנחנו מבינים היטב את תחושת אי-הוודאות והדריכות שנוצרה בימים האחרונים, שבהם השיח הציבורי והתקשורתי עוסק בהתפתחויות האזוריות. זה טבעי וזה מובן לחלוטין.
Well, now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 8 degrees Celsius or 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 13 degrees Celsius or 53 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. This week, it's all eyes on Iran as the courageous Iranian people continue their pursuit of freedom after more than 2 weeks of continuous protests. We'll discuss the latest developments as well as what the U.S. and Europe should do to support the Iranian people. First, we need to have a conversation about the global hypocrisy we see in response to the Islamic Republic's obscene crimes against humanity. Since these protests began just over 2 weeks ago, the regime has committed egregious human rights atrocities and violations of international law. Yet where is the coverage of this? When Israel fights a defensive, legally justified war against Hamas, the media takes Hamas numbers as fact and accuses Israel of crimes against humanity with zero evidence. When the Islamic Republic murders upwards of 12,000 of their own people, they report 500 to 600 casualties and hardly cover the explicit violations of international law for which there is a plethora of evidence. Now, since the protests began, the regime has been using unmarked ambulances in order to transport IRGC forces to suppress the protesters. They've kidnapped protesters and used them as human shields. They've repeatedly used live fire and even grenades against protesters. They've intentionally targeted protesters by shooting them in the eyes and in the chest. They've attacked hospitals. According to sources on the ground, they've also refused to allow injured protesters into hospitals for treatment. All of these are blatant violations of international law. Yet there are no emergency flotillas being organized by Greta. There are no celebrity pins or speeches at the Golden Globes from Mark Ruffalo. There's no crying over murdered Iranian children by Miss Rachel. And there are no student encampments being organized. In fact, there isn't even mainstream media discussion of these shameful behaviors, because none of that fits the narrative that much of the left-wing media has been invested in promoting for years, a worldview in which everything Western is inherently evil, and any third worldist jihadist ideology is automatically cast as liberation. This isn't reality, but it is the lens through which both the woke left and the woke right are being conditioned to view the world. And this didn't happen by accident. It's the result of decades of ideological subversion by regimes like the Islamic Republic of Iran. And there's a reason that outlets like the BBC continue to platform so-called experts who function as apologists for the regime, including figures like Trita Parsi. The truth coming out of Iran shatters the third worldist mythology that they've been selling since 1979, and they don't want their audiences to hear it. They want you to believe that Iranians reclaiming their roots, rejecting occupation and colonization by Islam as Islamophobia. And they've even tried to silence Iranians who have spoken out against this. It's the same reason that we saw endless coverage of Gaza presenting Hamas as the victims, yet utter silence on famine in Sudan, or on massacres of Christians in Nigeria, on kidnapping and slaughter of Druze in Syria and beyond. Don't fall for this. Pay attention to what's happening in Iran and be the voice of the Iranian people. Well, today we're going to focus exclusively on exactly what's happening inside of Iran from multiple angles and what needs to happen in Iran. We're now in the third week of a nationwide uprising in Iran, and what's happening right now is the largest protest movement since 2009 against the Islamic Republic, both in terms of scale and in terms of intent. For 3 consecutive weeks, millions of Iranians have been in the streets across all 31 provinces of the country. And this isn't limited to a handful of urban centers or to a particular demographic group. It includes major cities, small towns, peripheral regions, Iranian minorities, working class communities that have not mobilized historically at this level. The geographic breadth of the uprising alone makes it unprecedented. And the regime understands this, which is why it has responded with a near total internet and communications blackout that has now lasted close to a week. We're talking phone and internet, leaving the people with only Starlink. And people inside Iran can't contact their families, cannot access emergency services, and can't document what's happening to them in real time. It's not a security measure. It's a deliberate attempt to isolate their own population and commit violence without witnesses. Despite this, protests have not subsided. They've intensified. What we're seeing on the ground now is not just marches or chants, but actual direct confrontation between the protesters and the regime's security apparatus. People are clashing with IRGC units, setting fire to regime buildings, and seizing police stations. In some cases, protesters are actively attacking Basij and IRGC forces in order to prevent them from conducting mass arrests in their neighborhoods. This organized defensive action by civilians who understand exactly what happens when security forces gain control of an area is incredibly brave. Throughout all of this, the political message coming from the streets has also been consistent and remarkably coherent for a large group of people. Protesters are openly chanting the name of Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi and responding to his calls for national coordination and civic action. This isn't incidental. It reflects a level of unity around a single opposition figure that the regime has never had to contend with, at least at this scale. And the regime's response has followed the same familiar pattern. It's escalated violence while simultaneously blaming foreign powers for the uprising, claiming that the protests are being directed or orchestrated by outside actors rather than a result of their own failures and brutality. Now, this narrative is not designed for Iranians. It's designed for Western consumption and for diplomatic cover. According to reporting by Iran International, at least 12,000 people have been killed so far or seriously injured since the uprising began. CBS reported that up to 20,000 have been killed in just a few days. Even the treatment of the dead and injured has become a system of state extortion. Families are being forced to pay ransoms of up to 1 billion tomans and sign false statements claiming that their loved ones were members of the Basij, the police forces, in order to recover the bodies of their loved ones. This practice serves multiple purposes for the regime. First, it punishes families financially. And it also manipulates casualty statistics. It attempts to rewrite that narrative of who is being killed in order basically to lay the groundwork for mass executions that they want to carry out. Now, we know from sources on the ground that hospitals around the country are overwhelmed. Eye clinics, in particular, are reporting a surge in patients. And this is because security forces are intentionally shooting protesters in the head and in the eyes. Doctors have described treating waves of patients with gunshot wounds to the head and to the chest, including children. This isn't crowd control, it's punishment and deterrence through maiming their own people. At the same time, the regime is preparing the legal and propaganda infrastructure for mass executions. Officials have publicly announced that participation in protests will carry the death penalty for anyone taking part in these protests. In several locations, regime forces have actually set fire to dozens of shops and then blamed the protesters for the destruction in order to justify escalated repression. This is actually a very well-documented tactic of false flag attacks designed to portray uprisings as criminal rather than political and a civic rejection of the regime. For example, the regime shot down a Ukrainian commercial airliner, PS-752, that was full of their own citizens in an attempt to frame the United States. They got caught. They also blew up Cinema Rex in a terror attack in the 1970s, killing 377 Iranians, attempting to frame, again, others for that attack. The propaganda game is really this regime's DNA, and that's why the regime has begun broadcasting, in some cases, fabricated footage of alleged pro regime gatherings after cutting off the internet and creating an information vacuum in which these claims can't be verified. Military grade jammers have also been deployed to disrupt the limited Starlink signals, and security forces are even going door to door in areas where signals are detected in order to confiscate those devices. More than 10,000 Iranians have already been arrested, many of them disappearing into detention with no information provided to their families. In the United States, there have been strong statements of support from many members of Congress and senators like Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman. Across the political spectrum, the American government is increasingly supporting regime change. Now, President Trump has also continued to issue public encouragement to the Iranian people and threats to the regime, including a statement on January 13th calling on them to continue protesting and stating that help is on its way. Now, Iranians have responded by holding signs asking for his assistance inside Iran and by openly expressing expectations that the United States will not abandon them at this stage. They're even hanging signs renaming streets in Iran after Donald Trump. But every hour that he waits means more bloodshed. And this is why discussions of possible negotiations at this point are so dangerous. This week, Trump stated he was considering negotiations and that the regime itself had reached out to U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. But what is there to negotiate? 15,000 slaughtered versus 20,000? Negotiations with the Islamic Republic have never functioned as a means of de escalation. They function as a delay mechanism that allows the regime to regroup, identify opposition networks, and crush internal dissent while the international community looks away. Any move in that direction would directly undercut the protesters and signal to the regime that time is on its side. Arguments against regime change often rely on claims that the outcome is unpredictable, but this claim doesn't hold up this time to scrutiny. For the first time, there is broad-based unity behind a single opposition figure and a clearly articulated transition framework. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi has been working for years on a multi-point plan for a national transition that includes a referendum and structures designed to prevent state collapse. Iran isn't a failed state held together by foreign occupation. It's an ancient civilization with deep institutional memory that was hijacked by a political Islamist system in 1979. Under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran became one of the most modern and economically dynamic countries in the world. Whatever criticism one has of monarchy, the historical record makes clear that Iran possesses the capacity to govern itself without descending into chaos. Comparisons to Iraq or Afghanistan are analytically lazy and actually historically inaccurate. Iranians aren't Arabs, and Islam came to that land as a result of colonization and occupation. It's foreign intervention. All the while, the foreign occupiers in the Islamic Republic are claiming that the uprising of the people is foreign. In the cultural sphere, the silence from certain activist movements has been just as revealing as the regime's violence. The same networks that mobilized en masse around Gaza seem to have no interest in the mass killings of Iranians. There have been no large-scale demonstrations, no celebrity letter campaigns, and no sustained media pressure. Instead, figures associated with these movements have repeated Islamic Republic talking points, claiming that this uprising is somehow a Zionist operation. Now, this assertion is totally detached from reality. Millions of Iranians are not risking their lives to protest for Israel. They're risking their lives for freedom, for regime change. Attempts by Western activists to speak over Iranians and dictate what they supposedly want reflect a level of arrogance that's difficult to overstate. In some cases, this has escalated into open hostility. Iranian protesters have been confronted and attacked at rallies by Palestinian activists simply because Zionists also support the Iranian people. For example, when I was in London this weekend speaking at the protest before 30,000 Iranians, someone shouted "Free Palestine" in response to the Iranian calls for freedom. This has nothing to do with Palestinians, it has nothing to do with solidarity, and everything to do with ideological obsession. The idea that millions of Iranians are going to go out into the streets risking their lives to beg for freedom because of Israel is totally outrageous and something that the regime itself was actually repeating. These people are risking it all, and still, you'll have some of these leftists pontificate about how they know better than what the actual people of Iran are saying. That Reza Pahlavi is not what they want, or they don't want foreign intervention, or they don't support Israel. Who the hell are these people to speak over Iranians? This is all a part of this third worldist death cult ideology that is the Free Palestine movement today, and they're finally exposing themselves for what they really are. And yes, as I mentioned before, media coverage has been deeply flawed. The BBC, for example, initially minimized the protest and framed them as merely economic in nature rather than a clear demand from the people to end the regime. When coverage increased, it consistently avoided acknowledging the open support for Reza Pahlavi. VOA Farsi, funded by U.S. taxpayers, has been similarly accused of omissions and intentionally avoiding any positive mentions of the Crown Prince. Now, for BBC, this continues a long pattern that actually dates back to 1979, when the BBC provided extensive platforming to Khomeini and helped shape a misleading narrative about the fall of the Shah, the fall of the monarchy, portraying the Shah as a dictator for firing the Prime Minister Mossadegh, who in fact was violating the Iranian constitution, not the Shah. The regime has been extraordinarily effective in the information war. I gotta give it to them, particularly in Western spaces, where it has promoted the claim that this uprising is Islamophobic or Zionist rather than what it actually is, a popular revolt against an Islamist system that's colonized a non-Arab society for nearly 5 decades. Now, support for the Iranian people from Zionists is actually rooted in history. The connection between Jews and Iran dates back to Cyrus the Great and a shared civilizational experience that stands in direct opposition to political Islam. It's entirely logical that Israelis and Jews support Iranians seeking to defeat the very same ideology that threatens us today. Despite what the Western woke mob claims, many Iranians have called for Israeli and American assistance, including help with internet access, logistical support, cyber operations, and yes, targeted assassinations and direct action against the IRGC. But what about Europe? What can they do? Well, so far, Roberta Metsola of the European Parliament has banned all Islamic Republic diplomats from entering the building. The UK has announced new sanctions against regime officials and has summoned the regime's ambassador over the mass-scale killings. Germany has also summoned the ambassador, and the German foreign minister has called the regime illegitimate. Great steps in the right direction, albeit 47 years late. But there's much more that must be done. Designating the IRGC as a terror organization at both the EU and UK level is something that should have been done years ago. Now, the UK is one of the key locations that the IRGC uses to launder their money, and that is precisely why the UK government has balked at designating them as a terror group. They know they'd actually have to act, and they are moral cowards. Billions of dollars of the Iranian people is tied up in UK companies and real estate owned by regime officials and their family members and allies. The situation is similar in Canada and other countries. This must stop, because part of dismantling the IRGC requires bankrupting them, not just bombing their leaders. Europe must proscribe the IRGC, but they must also expel the regime's diplomats. Yes, it's time. Shutter the embassies of the regime and freeze the assets of the regime operators that are working in Europe. Remember, the IRGC is not a conventional military force. It's separate from the army, and it actually exists to protect the system, which in English is the guardianship of the Islamic jurist. Political power in it is vested in exclusively Islamic jurists rather than in the people. This is the entire system upon which the Islamic Republic is structured, and it's what mandates Sharia law. That's why you can take out 20 mullahs, you can take out the Ayatollah, but until the system of political Islam is deconstructed, Iran won't be free. In order to achieve that, we need Europe to be held accountable and to help deconstruct the IRGC by freezing those assets, which have been stolen from the Iranian people in the billions. The Iranian people have made their demands clear. They're asking the world to stop misinterpreting them, stop speaking over them, and stop providing the regime with the time and cover that it needs to survive. The question is no longer what do Iranians want? The question is whether the world is actually prepared to respond this time. Well, to wrap things up, let's finish out the week with our good, bad, and ugly stories of this week. For our good story, we have seen an incredible presence of Iranians, actually all over the world, rising up in solidarity with their fellow citizens inside of Iran. Now, from Toronto to Paris to Berlin to London, protesters are calling for the international community to act in support of Iranians and are also targeting the embassies and removing the flags of the Islamic Republic. I took part in the protests in London over the weekend and spoke before 30,000 Iranians. Let's take a look at the scenes.
Keir Starmer, if the Iranian people in the millions can risk their lives, even children, teenagers, to stand in the streets and protest against the Islamic Republic, you can get off your ass and designate the IRGC as a terror organization. Am Yisrael Chai, Bayandeh Iran.
And now our bad story of the week. The truth is there are a lot of horror stories coming from the Islamic Republic this week, but I think it's important to show straight from the horse's mouth what the regime itself is saying about protesters. Regime officials have stated explicitly that the regime will execute anyone involved with these protests. As a reminder, more than 10,000 people have already been arrested, and reports indicate that up to 20,000 have already been murdered by this regime. Take a look at what this official had to say.
باید عرض کنم کسانی که با تخریب و آتش زدن اموال عمومی و با درگیری و تمرد نسبت به مأمورین حافظ امنیت با سلاح ایستاده‌اند، چه سلاح سرد چه سلاح گرم. اتهام اینا محاربه است و ما طبق قانون و با قاطعیت با اونها رفتار میکنیم و هیچ مماشاتی در کار نیست و قاطعانه انشالله برخورد میکنیم و سریع که درس عبرتی باشه برای مزدورانی که در زمین دشمن حرکت میکنن.
And finally, last but not least, our ugly story of the week. I spoke about how the regime is known for fake news and false flag operations, but this week, since they shut down the internet, they've been claiming the protests aren't happening at all is well, showing old footage of pro-regime events and claiming that they have the support of the people. They don't, and these actions are proving more pathetic with every passing day. Let's just hope they aren't in power by the next episode of Axis of Truth. And that does it for this week's episode. We'll be back next week with more updates on the situation in Iran, including interviews and more stories from here in Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week on Axis of Truth.
Thank you, India. And moving on, Israel is harnessing the power of bioconvergence, merging biology and technology to revolutionize the future of food and sustainability. Let's take a look.
The world is facing a crisis of food scarcity, which we already feel in the price of basic food, which keeps hiking up. This challenge is faced head-on with the help of bioconvergence, a combination of biology and technology that produces solutions to various global challenges. In Israel, the groundbreaking approach is revolutionizing food technology and reshaping the global economy. For example, each year, 8 billion fertilized male eggs are destroyed after weeks of incubation, costing billions and raising ethical concerns. Enter Exit, an Israeli startup rewriting the rules of the livestock industry. Co-founded by a neuroscientist and a lawyer whose family raised chickens, the company created a way to determine a chick's sex, before it hatches. Using genetics and optical sensors, Exit's non-invasive device scans each egg at the speed of light, detecting 6 specific biomarkers through the shell. The eggs are automatically sorted, saving time, money, and resources, and sparing billions of lives.
Israel has a great innovation ecosystem, which is why so many food tech and other tech companies are mushrooming here. And the system also supports innovation and out-of-the-box thinking and pushing the limits of what solutions can be.
Another Israeli company, Genesee, is tackling global sustainability from the sea. By harnessing macroalgae, they produce high-quality plant-based proteins for the food industry, reducing deforestation, conserving fresh water, and offering a sustainable source of nutrition.
Bioconvergence is quite a complex thing because we connect here engineering, science, biology, medicine, food tech, agriculture, so many things which are coming together, and their actual role is to solve real problems.
Both companies credit Israeli Innovation Authority and its National Bioconvergence Program for driving this new wave of breakthroughs. The program invests directly in pioneering projects, builds cutting-edge research infrastructure, and ensures the right talent enters the industry. By fostering collaboration and streamlining regulation, it helps companies bring products from the lab to the global market faster than ever. Bioconvergence is more than science. It's the fusion of biology, creativity, technology, and purpose. From sustainable protein to ethical farming, Israel's innovators are proving that when biology meets technology, the future of food is already here and knows no boundaries. To learn more about Israel's Bioconvergence program, visit the website.
And Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir is finalizing a new 5-year multi-year plan designed to rebuild the army, fix what broke on October 7th, and prepare for the next war, which the IDF assumes will come without warning and on multiple fronts. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
The plan is called Hosen, the breastplate, and its message is back to basics, back to people, and back to war readiness. The IDF's new multi-year plan for 2026 through 2030 is being built directly on the lessons of October 7th and the war that followed. The plan defines 12 core missions, each led by a major general, meant to restore Israel's military edge and prepare for a potentially dangerous future. At the center of the plan, people. The IDF is recognizing that its greatest weakness and greatest strength is manpower, regular forces, reservists, commanders, and career officers, after years of strain, exhaustion, and sacrifice. After 2 years of continuous fighting, the IDF is also ordered to rebuild, restoring weapon stocks, platforms, infrastructure, and training, without lowering alert levels along the borders. Border defense itself is a core mission, preventing enemy buildups near Israel's borders, stopping infiltrations, and responding immediately to any attack on every border, on every front. The plan puts heavy emphasis on air defense and rocket threats, the, quote, third circle and long-range enemies, with Iran identified as the primary strategic challenge. The message from the General of Staff is clear. The next war will be faster, wider, and more complex, and the IDF cannot afford to learn its lessons during the fight. Implementation is expected to begin in the spring permit as the Army continues operations and prepares for what it believes is not a question of if, but when the next war will come.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order.
Imagine earning your master's degree on top of Mount Carmel, where forest meets sea and where every day brings a new cultural, academic, and personal adventure. This is the multi-experience at U Haifa International. Here, students from around the world live and learn together in Israel's most culturally diverse city, meeting new people, discovering new perspectives, and shaping their own Israel experience.
There's people from different countries, from different religions and different languages. Somehow we are all very similar.
At U Haifa, academics meet real life. You don't just study, you experience Israel up close, explore Haifa's mountain ocean city life, and build global friendships that last a lifetime.
It's not just a degree, it's an experience. It opens your mind, your network, and your world.
U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. And now Iran is warning the United States that any strike on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would lead to full-scale war. Iran's president said an attack on Khamenei would be treated as a declaration of war against the Iranian people. The warning comes as tensions rise and reports say Washington is considering military operations against Iran's leadership, while protests continue to shake the country. At the same time, Iran is signaling a tougher response to the demonstrations. The judiciary is now openly raising the possibility of executions linked to the unrest. This marks a change in tone just days after Iran's foreign minister suggested detainees would not be executed. At a press conference, a judiciary spokesman said some cases have been classified as something called maharib, a religious charge that means waging war against God, which can carry the death penalty under Iranian law. The regime continues to blame the protest on foreign enemies, including the United States and Israel, as it moves to reassert control after weeks of deadly demonstrations. And today, Israel just announced that the IDF is carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Among the targets were Hezbollah training camps, rocket launching sites, and tunnel shafts used to store weapons. Next, phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is taking shape as new appointments and international reactions continue to emerge around President Donald Trump's proposed Gaza border peace. Israel's security cabinet met as more countries confirmed they have received invitations to join the new body, which is expected to oversee reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. Reports from the Kremlin say Trump even asked Russian President Vladimir Putin to be part of the border peace. Plus, Pakistan confirmed it has been invited to join the board. If it accepts, it would be another country with no diplomatic relations with Israel to take part in the largely symbolic council. Pakistan is a nation that has accused Israel of genocide, a claim Israel strongly rejects. In Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a series of meetings over the border peace situation. Israeli officials say their main objection is not the idea of a Palestinian civil administration in Gaza, but the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the executive board, citing both countries' ties to Hamas. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has been tasked with formally presenting Israel's concerns to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And in Jerusalem, a tragic incident at an unlicensed kindergarten has left 2 toddlers dead and at least 55 others injured. Authorities say the children were likely exposed to carbon monoxide inside the facility. Police have detained 3 caregivers for questioning as the investigation continues. The kindergarten was operating illegally, according to officials. It's a shocking and heartbreaking incident. Meanwhile, Israel's Air Force received a major boost. 3 new F-35 fighter jets landed at an airbase in southern Israel. bringing Israel's total fleet to 48 aircrafts. The jets arrived from the United States. The delivery is part of Israel's original order of 50 F-35s. An additional 25 aircrafts ordered in 2024 are expected to begin arriving in 2028. Military officials stress the arrival is routine and not directly linked to the current tensions with Iran. The F-35 is used for deep strike missions, intelligence gathering, and air superiority in high-threat environments. Its stealth technology allows the Israeli Air Force to operate inside heavily defended airspace, including areas protected by advanced Iranian air defense systems. Since October 7th, the aircrafts have been used for precision airstrikes against command centers, weapons depots, and senior militant figures in Gaza and other areas, and have also provided real-time targeting data to other forces. And now the IDF also released new details today about a highly sensitive operation in Gaza that led to the recovery of the body of fallen soldier Staff Sergeant Oran Shal. Shal was killed and abducted by Hamas during the 2014 Gaza war. His remains were brought back to Israel in January 2025, just days before a ceasefire took effect. The military now says crucial intelligence came from a key figure living at a civilian site in Gaza City, where Shal's body was believed to be hidden. Troops from the elite Sayeret Matkal units captured the individual during a secret operation. After interrogation by the Shin Bet, he provided precise information leading to the location of the remains. The following day, elite Israeli security forces carried out the recovery operation. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. My name is India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Looking for some guidance for when to tell someone you've had breast cancer and a mastectomy, no reconstruction if you haven't yet met in person.
So I don't think it's relevant if you're not meeting in person. Like, we need to meet in person. Right. I need to see, do we have a little chemistry between us? Do I like you? Do you like me? Is it mutual? Is there something going on? We need to get past, there's beginning, middle, and end stage of dating. Beginning dating is question. Do I like you? Do you like me? We need to get past that. We need to be to a stage where, yeah, I like you. You like me. Oh, there's something here. We're dating. We're not serious and ready to get married, but I trust you. There's something going on. When should I say it? When you're important to me and I feel important to you and we're looking to build something, then we start to open up. Welcome to the Jewish Matchmaker podcast on ILTV. I'm Eliza Ben Shalom, your host, and today we are taking your questions. If you've been thinking about dating, relationships, if you've got something going on and you're like, oh, I don't know what to do, and you just want answers, you can message us at Eliza Ben Shalom on Instagram or at marriagemindedmentor.com//podcasts. Anyway, we want to hear from you, and we have questions today that Sarah is going to read out to us, and hopefully you'll gain some clarity, some wisdom, and walk away with something to change your life or advice for somebody else.
Amazing. We diving right in. You ready?
Let's go.
Question number 1. Hi, Eliza. I've been dating my boyfriend for about 6 months now. We waited about 5 months for him to meet my 3-year-old daughter, and they hit it off. About a month into our relationship, he was told that in January he will be laid off from his very good job. Once laid off, he'll still get 10 months worth of salary plus unemployment. He's also renting out his house for income while looking for a new job. My mom doesn't think he should move in or be around my daughter all that much until he finds a job, but we just don't know how long that will be. He did tell me if he doesn't find a job right away, he'll take any job to bring in more income. I see a life with this person, and I feel that leaving him because he lost his job is unfair because he really checks all my boxes. Can you please give me any advice on what I should do and how to handle things with my mom?
Okay, love this question. So thank you for bringing it to the light and bringing it to the table. I think that when we are talking about jobs, they come and go, right? You have employment today, you don't have employment next week, something comes around and it's even better and more amazing, but it only lasts 2 years and then something new comes. But what I heard in the question was, but he's willing to take anything to make it work, like to get by for now. Motivation matters more than the job itself. The fact that he is willing to do something to make a shift, even if it's temporary, while still looking for something more permanent, that to me is golden, because doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter how many jobs he'd end up losing, he's always going to look for something. Now, I'm going to take that back for a minute, because it does matter if he would continuously lose jobs. But it sounds like this is a man, right, consistent.
No, he's had this job
stable,
for a while. Yeah.
Right, totally reliable.
Yeah.
So I think, first of all, it sounds like you have a gem of a human, number one. Second of all, I think that you should stick with him. I just want to address like the moving in together thing, because I think that that's the second piece that you didn't. You asked the question, but it was more about the job.
It was. The question was, her mom doesn't think that he should move in yet without a job and not to be around her kid all that much.
Right. So I agree with not being around the kid that much.
Okay.
And I agree with not moving in, but not because of the job.
Tell me more.
Right. So I think that he shouldn't move in because with children, it is very difficult. They have, in their head, somebody moves in, that's their new father. That's a replacement human for somebody in their life, or somebody that they never had. And if you're not engaged, you're not married, you're not moving towards building a life together, then this person can come in and out of your life, and that's not very stable or fair to the child. And it's not healthy, if we're being really honest. So I would really say that it's important that you consider where this relationship is going, and if it's moving towards engagement, marriage, great. At that time, he can move in. The moving in situation to me has nothing to do with the job, although I happen to agree with your mom. Don't move in.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like he's a good human. Definitely don't give him up because he lost his job, because he seems like the type of person who's going to do what it takes to get the income.
Right.
Not moving in, also good point, but nothing to do with the job.
Right. Totally different reason.
Okay.
Next
All right,
question.
next question. This comes in from Camilla. I've been seeing someone for 4 dates now. He's super attentive, understanding, wants to get married and have kids, but he's much slower than I am. He doesn't like traveling, doesn't enjoy leaving the place where he was born and raised, which is Brooklyn, and I'm totally the opposite. I feel like there's chemistry, but our personalities are very different. What do I do?
It's so interesting because when we have a values alignment and a values conflict simultaneously, it pulls at the heart and the head. Like it kind of, it's really confusing because our values and like who we are and what we want in, let's say, a family is aligned, but what we want in a lifestyle is not aligned. So
wait. I love how you just like split that up. Family versus lifestyle.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Those are the two things. And the family part makes sense. And then the question is, but how are you going to live the lifestyle? So for anybody who is single and looking and loves to travel, if you're going to build your life around traveling, okay, so build your life around traveling with your family. Most families don't do that.
Right.
It's pretty common to just have a place, settle down, be where you are, maybe go on vacation a couple times a year, once a year, whatever it is. But to actually have a lifestyle that's like active and go, it's a different kind of go, right? We're going to school. We're going to pick somebody up. We're going to drop somebody off. We're going to do a play date. So it's not, the life that you have now isn't the same kind of life. Now, we also have before kids, and then after kids. And that lifestyle isn't going to necessarily align.
I feel like those of us who are still single don't fully get that, or those of us who don't have kids yet don't realize how much it's going to change.
Right. So the other thing is also it changes drastically with children, but then as you grow up, so like our kids, our youngest is 12, our oldest is almost 22, and we're in such a different stage, and we have different hobbies/interests. So we really like to do very different things. Like we went on one vacation and he's like, let's go fishing. And I was like, I'm not going fishing.
Let's not.
I was like, let's go for a bike ride. And he's like, I'll meet you for lunch. I was like, yes, I'm so excited to meet you for lunch. And then we met for lunch. And I was like, great, how was fishing? He's like, awesome. He's like, how's the bike ride? I was like, I loved it, right? We had a fabulous time. But we did go somewhere. Like we did travel, not so far. We went, we drove an hour and a half. We stayed, at a hotel near the beach and just took a day or two to ourselves to relax without the kids. But it wasn't traveling the world. And we never really built our life and our lifestyle on that. If I had a partner that was chasing to travel the world and I just wanted to build a family, it would be very hard. hard. So I think that she needs to just take a moment and ask herself, how much travel do I need? And visualize it out. What does it look like? Like, think about the whole year from beginning to end. How many trips are you taking? What kind of trips are you taking? How far are you going? And he's going to move at a slower pace. Can you slow your pace down? Maybe he speeds his up a little and you meet somewhere in the middle. Or maybe you're going to say, no, our preferences are too different, even though our values are aligned.
Right. I almost feel like there's also room for compromise in the sense of, like, if he's not looking to move out of Brooklyn, let's say, right? Where can she find her adventure within that? Like, do they take 2 or 3 big family trips a year that he's willing to go on, knowing that they, stay in Brooklyn?
Or can't she can travel on her own. I know some people are like, but I want to travel with my partner. But you don't have to. You can travel with friends. You can travel with other family members, coworkers. There's so many other people to do that with. And you can live your life with a person who has your values, your day-to-day values, versus your lifestyle or hobbies or interests.
Which, by the way, I feel like people don't talk about enough. I was just talking to a friend about this. I feel like people don't talk enough about how important it is, and also how you absolutely could do a girlfriend getaway.
Right.
Like, you can, and satisfy that need and that desire to get out and travel and explore or whatever. If your husband's not that type, you don't need to do it with him.
And you don't have to give it up because he doesn't want to do it. You just build your life and your lifestyle around it. So my advice to the listeners, get a little creative. Explore this. Don't give it up. You have values that are in alignment, and explore how could this work and see if it can. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You can move on, but at least you'll have fully looked into it in a way that's really appropriate without ditching him too soon.
Amazing. Perfect. Love it. Okay, next question from Jessica. Eliza, thank you for all the information you provide. I'm 55 years old, 1 year divorced, and just about to put myself out in the dating world again. Looking for some guidance for when to tell someone you've had breast cancer and a mastectomy, no reconstruction if you haven't yet met in person.
If you haven't met in person, so I don't think it's relevant if you're not meeting in person. Like, we need to meet in person. I need to see. Do we have a little chemistry between us? Do I like you? Do you like me? Is it mutual? Is there something going on? We need to get past, there's beginning, middle, and end stage of dating. Beginning dating is question. Do I like you? Do you like me? We need to get past that. We need to be to a stage where, yeah, I like you. You like me. Oh, there's something here. We're dating. We're not serious and ready to get married, but I trust you. There's something going on. I would say also it's going to depend on how soon physical intimacy comes up in your relationship.
Right.
My advice anyway is to do the 5-date challenge with no touching. And if you want to do a 10-date challenge or take things further or slower, with pleasure. I'd be like, yes, it's a great method for building connection.
Yeah.
There's so many reasons that this could be beneficial to you outside of your own medical personal reason, where this could just benefit you to delay having a conversation that is only relevant to somebody that's important to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's the moment, because everybody's like, but when should I say it? When you're important to me and I feel important to you, and we're looking to build something, then we start to open up. And I wouldn't start by sharing that as your first share, like as we open up to whatever our, as people would call it, skeletons in the closet, or those hidden private things that we don't share with everybody. I would start with something small.
Right.
Something, I don't know, almost insignificant compared to that. Share. Let them share. Build the connection. And then say, I had a medical procedure, and here's, the story, and here's what happened, and here's where I'm at today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also give somebody information, because if my mind is wandering, well, what happened? Well, how are you? Well, what's going to be? Well, all of a sudden I'm spinning out of my thinking. Right. Past, I had this thing. This is what happened. Present, here's where my health is today. Future, wow, other than X, Y, and Z, this isn't really going to affect me because it's clear I'm in remission. Everything's okay, da-da-da.
Right.
We do or don't know whether it's genetic. We do, like, whatever information you want to share, you could share.
Mm-hmm.
And to open your heart to having somebody receive really personal information that's private and confidential, that's not open to the world. That means your relationship's at a certain level, and then you see how that carries. And can this person hold that in the relationship and still figure out how to move ahead?
It's so interesting because, listen, I'm not a guy, so I know it's different. But I feel like, to me, from this whole question, I'm so much more interested about what that journey was like and how that changed her as a person and what did that mean for herself, for her relationship with God, for a relationship with her family, for a relationship with her friends. Like, there's so much, to me, the mastectomy is like the side point. And I know like the physical piece is important, but it just feels, I'm almost curious why that's the first thing that she's asking.
Well, what do you mean that she's...
Meaning, like, why is that the question that comes up?
There's nothing, everything else for her is normal in her life. And she's like, okay, so I got to share something.
Right.
I had a man once tell me he was 25 and he had testicular cancer. He had everything taken care of, kids, the whole thing. He had his whole story. He knew everything. He said, same question, when do I share this information?
Right.
And how do I share it? And will somebody accept me? And I always tell people, thank you, because that's the answer, yes. And I always tell people we all have something. Either it's something known or it's something unknown.
Yes.
Okay? So somebody who comes to you and says, well, I had cancer and I had this medical thing that I dealt with or I am dealing with, that's known. Now, you meet somebody else and they're like, no, I have nothing. I am just perfect. Everything is fine. Yeah. It's not that you have nothing. It's just that...
What's hidden?
Right. Today, there's nothing for you to share.
Right.
But in the course of your entire lifetime, we got about a 99.9% chance that you're going to be sharing something pretty significant.
I feel like we could make it 100.
Okay.
It's so funny because this reminds me when I was dating, when I was still very much in the shidduch system, I started dating, my parents were married, they got divorced when I was 21. And I remember the difference in going to matchmakers from when from before they were divorced to after they were divorced. All of a sudden, all of the matchmakers were asking me, so how are you handling the divorce? What does that mean for your dating? Things are obviously changing now. And I'm like, no, they're not.
Nothing changed for me.
You know about it. But I've known everything I've known and everything that I've had to like process and go through and the way it affected my dating affected it way before they ever publicly got divorced.
Right.
And I think like that's so your point is like just because you know it, or don't know it, still affected my life in one way or another. And that's what I'm going to share.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
never know. We just never know. And what you want to know is, A, that somebody knows what's going on with their health. I'll tell you what I'm scared of.
Yeah.
I'm scared of a person who says to me, I haven't seen a doctor in the last 10 years, healthy as a horse, and everything's fine. And I'm like, so interesting. Now, you don't have to be a hypochondriac and go for every sneeze, but to not go for 10 years, to not have an evaluation, to not have a checkup, to not just have some assessment of where you're at, you don't have enough information to share.
Right.
So then there's a really big unknown, number one. And number two, it means you're likely not to take care of things until either A, it comes up, or it's way too late. So somebody who found out about something and is proactive and has taken care of it, and the body has an incredible power to heal. Really incredible power to heal. If we would let it, if we would assist it, if we would be a part of this process. So I'm so much more afraid of the person that says, I'm not going to the doctor. Same thing, like, I'm not going to go to a therapist. I'm fine. Everything's fine, right? I'm scared of that person more than somebody who says, I had a problem. I worked through it. I'm on the other side. Here's where I'm at.
Right. Yes. Okay. Love it. Thank you. Next question comes from Mark. Hi, Eliza. I've been stuck on the same thought and haven't been able to work through it by myself, and it's really weighing me down. How do I feel ready to date? What are things that I can do to get there? I've tried working backward from my end goals to where I am now, but I still feel stuck. Help.
Mark is not ready to date.
Mark wants to date, wants to feel ready, doesn't feel ready, doesn't know what to do to feel ready. And I'm going to throw in, because I know you like multi-questions in one, is there ever a point where you know you're ready?
For some people.
Okay.
There are people that never feel ready to date, never feel ready to get married, almost feel like they're being kicked down the aisle, and they still end up on the other side, but it's part of a personality type. So I would ask Mark / look into this situation and say, What's going on? How about when you went to get a job? Did you feel ready to get a job? How about when you were going on vacation? Did you feel ready to take that next trip? Were you looking forward to it? Like, is this within you? Because if this is your norm, then we're just going to work with it. And we're also just going to say, listen, you're never going to feel ready, but you're going to do it anyway. There's a great book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway.
I knew this was coming.
By Susan Jeffers. It's fabulous. Short, quick, easy read. And it talks about these fears and these things that we have. And we're allowed to have fear. And we're allowed to do it anyway and not wait until we're feeling comfortable. Because if we wait for the comfort and the comfort never comes, then what do? It's like we have to just push through. If he's not ready because he doesn't know what his values are, he doesn't know who the type of person he wants to date, he has some trauma from the past that he hasn't overcome. Like, if there's something else going on, I would say let's address that first before actually moving on. But if this is just, I don't know, I don't feel ready. When I wake up in the morning, I sometimes don't feel like getting out of bed. Now I get out of bed anyway. I sometimes don't feel like doing anything. I still do something, right? So we can't always just live by our feelings, and our feelings shift and change. Literally, it's sunny outside. I'm happy. Everything's fine. It's rainy outside. No, I'm not going out. I'm done. That's it. Even my dogs react this way. I open the door. They look outside. They see it's pouring out there. And they're like, nope. Nah. That's it. They have the same thing. They don't feel like going outside. And I'm like, you gotta go. Sorry, like, figure it out. And it's the thing. So I get it, but feelings aren't, they're just not static, and they're not always based on reality. They're just based on how I feel today, which is based on so many different things. So don't just go by your feelings. Just feel the fear and do it anyway.
And piggybacking off of the last question, if you feel stuck, go see a therapist or a dating coach.
Yeah, absolutely. If you could walk through it and talk through it, you could think through your values. You could think.
I actually wanted you to go into a little bit, because I think values and fears, both of those. Can you break down? Can you tell our listeners the two exercises that they should do around values and fears?
Okay, so for Mark and all of our listeners, number one, values. What do you want in a relationship? What is the thing that you are looking for? What are the I want loyalty, I want love, I want commitment, I want dedication, I want somebody who is honest or honorable, whatever the words are, the languages, whatever resonates with you. What are those values? What do you truly want and need in a relationship for that stability and comfort and growth in a relationship long term? And personality types. What type of person works for you and brings out your best side?
But not the physical stuff.
No.
Non-physical qualities.
Non-physical qualities. Looks is a whole nother category, and that's a whole nother podcast.
It's important, but it doesn't need to go on your list, because it'll be such a deal breaker that if you're not attracted to the person, it's irrelevant.
Exactly. And then fears are all of those things that you have that, like, you're not feeling ready to date. Why? Well, there's probably a fear there. Did you have a bad breakup? Did your parents have a big situation? Do you have a sibling who had a terrible dating story, or a friend? Or do you have no experience, so it just feels so awkward and uncomfortable for you? Like, what is going on behind the scenes that prevents you from moving into any relationship? It's not about a specific person. It's just in general. And list out those fears, because when I know my values and I know my fears, I have the ability to go into dating very clear. And then when I look at somebody else, it's like I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh, is that like a reflection of what I'm looking for? No. How do I know that? It's not about my feeling. It's I know it because I have a list, because I'm clear. And people, by the way, people get all up in arms about lists. We're going to have a moment here. Don't get all up in arms about lists, okay? If you're upset about having a list because everybody's like, make your list of your top 3 things. Don't. Please make a list of about a top 10, because you don't really only want 3 things in a person, and you're going to get a range of things, your top 10, and to a degree, right? Like, it's not going to be terrible. Most of them should be like in the good range to the great. Somewhere between good and great with your top 10 qualities is really important. After 10, icing on the cake. Because if you're going to feel so satisfied with those top 10, when you have a problem in your relationship, you're going to be like, yeah, but that's my person. I picked them for really good reasons that align with me, we might be having a bad day, or I might not be feeling connected to you, but I know why I picked you, and I know why we're in a relationship.
And what I love about the fears is like once you have them, before you get into a relationship, if I see like, wow, that's really holding me back, I see so clearly where this fear is holding me back from dating, I can then go to a therapist, a dating coach, or myself and know exactly what I need to work on. But then even once I'm in a relationship, I can assess, is this person triggering my own fear? And that's a me issue? Or is it really bad and like this came out of nowhere and it really is a we/them issue that's not my own thing?
Exactly. And for Mark, it could just be that he doesn't have a lot of experience. He doesn't really know what or how to do. And so the whole process just feels uncomfortable. And it's kind of like that riding a bike. Like you need to like learn how to do it. And then just like when you fall off, like get back on again and just
do it.
Yeah, just do it. Like Nike says. Okay, amazing. I love this conversation and I love connecting with all of you. Make sure to send your questions in at Eliza Ben Shalom on Instagram or to our website, marriagemindedmentor.com/podcast. And until next time, remember that matches make families, families make communities, and communities change the world.
The mainstream media is refusing to cover the atrocities happening in Iran as the Islamic Republic might actually be overthrown. And why? Because they're afraid that the story of Iran exposes everything that they have been trying to hide from us. And when the media tries to hide something from you, you know it is very, very important. We are now 2 weeks in. The Iranians are revolting in numbers that is probably the biggest and most significant story in the Middle East, and it impacts all of us, not just Israelis, but the whole entire world, and yet still radio silence. But that's why we're here, to provide you with a story that they are intentionally burying. This is the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's dive right in. As always, our story begins a long time ago, in the 1920s to be exact. The newly formed Soviet Union under Lenin is looking at Iran and understands that whoever controls Iran controls the bridge between the East and the West, and most importantly, the world's most vital trade routes and emerging oil reserves. As he wants to expand his empire and take over the world, he sets his eyes on this unsuspecting country. But there's a problem. Pure, godless Marxism is not exactly an easy sell on a deeply religious Islamic society. To fix this, the Soviets pioneered a strategy called the Red-Black Alliance. Now, it's more famously known as the Red-Green Alliance, but then the Red are the secular Marxists who want to overthrow the imperialist global order. Seeing as the definition of imperialism is the maintaining and extending of power over foreign nations, the irony of this is not lost on any of us. But Lenin has a vision of changing the world to a socialist and classless place. He brings this ideology to Iran, talking to the side of people that feels victimized, that wants equality above all. The black, or green, are the existing Muslim extremists who are already living within Iran. They are the traditional religious leaders who feel that their way of life is being erased by the Western culture. The return of Islam to its glory is their lifelong mission, and to do so, they must conquer the infidels and the traitors, mainly the West. They, the red and the green, are natural enemies, but unfortunately for us, they share a common hatred. The influence of us Westerners. They agreed to a marriage of convenience. The Marxists would provide the revolutionary theory and organizational muscle. The religious leaders would provide the soul. Together, they begin a decades-long process of ideological permeation, slowly dripping the idea into the Iranian mind that their country is sick and only a radical, anti-Western revolution could cure it. People say that the 1979 revolution happened like this, but the truth is, already by the 1960s, this ideological slow drip has created two distinct and warring versions of Iran, personified by two men who could not have been more different and see each other as existential enemies. Man number one is the Shah, the leader, the emperor of Iran.
Mohammad Reza Pahlavi didn't just want to be a king. He saw himself as a visionary CEO, a man destined to drag Iran out of its feudal past and into the front ranks of the world's superpowers. To the outside world, he was the ultimate modernizer, a secular, English-speaking monarch who looked to Washington as his North Star and dressed in the bespoke suits of a Western executive. He looked at the map of his country and saw a landscape of untapped potential that could, with enough oil, money, and willpower, rival the industrial giants of West Germany, Japan, and even America. In 1963, he launches what he calls the White Revolution, a massive top-down social project designed to bypass the traditional elites and transform the very fabric of Iranian life. He breaks the backs of the landlords by redistributing their massive estates to the peasants, aiming to replace the old master relationship with a modern consumer class. He mobilizes the youth, creating a literary corps and a health corps to march into the most remote villages and teach children to read and provide modern medicine. You see, so many Iranians at this point are even illiterate. For the women of Iran, he pushes through radical changes, granting them the right to vote and passing the Family Protection Act, which restricts polygamy and gives women legal rights to divorce. In the cities, his vision is manifested as a glittering industrial explosion. Iran begins producing its own cars and steel and planning for a future powered by nuclear energy. Yes, he sets the nuclear ground that we know now then, but not in the way that we ever anticipated. Now, as the skyscrapers rise and the miniskirts appear on the streets of Iran, a profound and dangerous disconnect begins to widen. You see, the Shah mistook westernization for modernization, assuming that if his people looked Western, if they could read, they would think Western. He lived in a glittering palace, surrounded by an urban elite that celebrate French catering and American cinema. All the while, the traditional merchants and the rural poor feel like they're living under an alien cultural occupation, whilst the Shah is throwing the wedding of the century or hosting thousands of world leaders at Persepolis to celebrate 2,500 years of Persian history. The religious heartland see a king who has been West-toxicated, a leader infected by a foreign virus that's rotting Iran's Islamic and very religious soul. The Shah's greatest blind spot was his belief that his grand goals justified a total lack of political freedom. He was a technocratic dictator, i.e. a monarch who relied on his notorious secret police, SAVAK, to silence any voices that didn't fit in with his script of progress. By banning political parties and forcing everyone into a single state-run organization, he inadvertently closed the door for legitimate debate, leaving the people with only one place that they could safely congregate and speak: the mosque. The people who opposed his opinions, who were supposed to be giving him advice, were afraid to, and they stay silent. And so he forges forward, assuming that by giving people a car and voting rights, they would know what to do with that. They would forget that he has taken away their freedom and their religious voice. By the late 1970s, the cities are flooded with rural migrants who have been forced out of their traditional way of life, but don't find a place in this great civilization. They live in the shadows of these high-rises, looking at the wealth of the elite with a growing quiet rage, waiting for someone to tell them that their anger is holy and justified. And that's when Khomeini comes in. You see, his journey doesn't begin in a palace, but starts in an austere religious environment of a small town named Khmein. Born in 1902, his early life was marked by the absence of state protection. His father was murdered when he was just an infant, a trauma that fostered a lifelong belief that only a strong, divine, legal order could provide to true justice. Whilst the Shah's family is busy building a military dynasty, Khomeini is rising through the ranks of religious seminaries in Qom. He becomes a master of Islamic law, but he's also a philosopher and a mystic, a rare combination that give him a unique intellectual gravity amongst other clerics. His transition from quiet scholar to a political revolutionary is fueled by a deep-seated rejection of the Pahlavi dynasty's attempt to westernize Iran. Khomeini believes that the Shah's reforms are not progress, but a form of cultural poisoning that he calls West-toxization. To him, the Shah isn't just a bad leader, he's a satanic puppet who is trading Iran's Islamic soul for the American oil money and miniskirts. He's uncovering the hair of women and giving them rights. This is everything that his Islamic beliefs go against. Khomeini becomes a household name in 1963, where he dares to deliver a blistering public attack on the Shah's White Revolution, leading to his arrest and eventually his exile. For the next 15 years, he lives in Turkey, Iraq, and finally France, but his voice never leaves Iran. He uses the modern technology of cassette tapes to smuggle his sermons back into the country, turning mosques into a cell of resistance. The people follow Khomeini because he offered a sense of incorruptible authenticity that the glittering billionaire Shah lacked. He lived in a simple house with bare floors and ate basic meals, projecting the image of a man who cared only for the oppressed rather than the elite. However, Khomeini is also a brilliant political strategist. He realizes that to win, he has to speak to more than just the fanatic religious. He adopts the revolutionary language of the Marxists, speaking of class struggle and anti-imperialism, and the fact that it's unfair that there is no money and wealth needs to be distributed, which allows him to build an unholy alliance with the secular left. A weird pairing, if you ask me. Whilst in Paris, he does play this role of a grandfatherly Democrat, playing the game that we now know all Islamists do, promising that the new Iran would be a pluralistic people's country, leading many secular Iranians to believe that he would be a mere spiritual figurehead, covering up his plans for Islamization with this pretense that it's actually all about democracy and the people. A lie we have become, unfortunately, unbelievably familiar with. The final act of his life begins in 1979, when the revolution has reached a fever point. He returns to Iran to a hero's welcome of millions. This trap that he has carefully set for decades, that he is the true leader of the people themselves, finally snaps shut. Once the Shah is gone, exiled, the democratic persona he had adopted in Paris suddenly vanishes. This whole persona befriending the Marxists to bring back a democracy to Iran mysteriously disappears. It's all a facade to bring Islamization back. And yes, you guessed correctly. The first people he decides to execute are the Marxists, his useful idiots. With the support for the Western ideology now removed with the Shah, he's well aware that the secular communist ideology was just as dangerous to his views of Sharia law domination. Khomeini is looking to achieve a level of absolute control that even the Shah has never possessed. By eliminating the Marxists, he hasn't just removed his political rival, he has sterilized the country of any competing ideology that could offer a secular alternative to Sharia. The universities, once the breeding grounds for socialist and Western thought, are shut down for 2 years and then reopened as factories for the revolutionary mind, overseen by religious clerics who ensure that every textbook and every lecture serves the state, i.e., radical Islam. But the revolutionary fire that Khomeini had ignited was a personal one, fueled by his own unique magnetism and religious authority. And when he dies in 1989, the Islamic Republic are now facing a terrifying question. How does a God-run government survive when its only link to the divine is gone? And the answer lays in a calculated and desperate political maneuver. The man chosen to succeed him, Ali Khamenei, not Khomeini, was a mid-ranking cleric who lacked the religious rank required by the constitution to be the supreme leader. In a move that looks more like a corporate takeover, the regime changes the rules overnight, elevating him to the highest office and presenting him as the new mouthpiece of God. Because Khomeini lacked Khomeini's natural charisma and religious clout, he couldn't rule through faith alone. Instead, he strikes a protection pact with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC. Under his reign, the Guards are transformed from a simple paramilitary group into a shadow state, a massive military and economic octopus that begin to swallow the country's oil, telecommunications, and construction industries. They become the regime's backbone, a loyal guard that enforces the law through institutionalized fear and systematic attention. But Khamenei and the IRGC understand that to survive, the revolution can't just stay within the borders of Iran. That's just going to die out. They view the Middle East as a chessboard where the Great Satan and its allies are closing in, the Great Satan being the West. And they decide that the best defense is a relentless, aggressive offense. Reminder, they've promised the people that Islam will now reign, control, revolutionize the world, and it's kind of dying out, only in Iran. This is the birth of the axis of resistance that we are now so familiar with. They don't just want an Islamic Iran, they want an Islamic region under their influence. They begin stretching out tentacles across the map, starting with the creation of Hezbollah in Lebanon during the 1980s, which serves as a blueprint for every proxy group that would follow. They exported their brand of militancy to the Houthis in Yemen, to the militias in Iraq, and to the battlefields of Syria. These groups were never just allies, they are extensions of the IRGC's own nervous system, designed to bleed the West and Israel far away from the streets of Iran. Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah, their only connection to Iran is what we now know to be true, but back then, it wasn't that obvious. By the time we reach our present moment in January 2026, these tentacles have become the regime's greatest strength and in many ways a big liability. This regional expansion not only cripples the country economically, but it was supposed to protect the republic and has instead led to the devastating 12-day war of June 2025, where the US and Israel finally managed to strike at the heart of the Islamic Republic and defect their nuclear and missile infrastructure, to some degree at least. Today, the economy that the Guards monopolize is in a state of total collapse, and the aging Khamenei, the man who has spent nearly 40 years living in Khomeini's shadow, is presiding over a nation that is finally rejecting this armor that he built. They see it for what it is, a way to take away from the Iranian people their power, instead of actually making them into some superpower internationally. The story has come full circle. The tentacles are being cut off abroad, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, yada yada. While at home, the children of the people Khomeini purged in the 1980s are now back on the streets, no longer afraid of a mouthpiece of God they no longer recognize. Khomeini was fundamentally miscalculated. Look, he failed to realize that a regime built on ideology and fear will only push a population so far before they decide that they've reached their breaking point. Having no water, food, economy, and freedom will do that to you, especially if it's around an issue that you don't believe in, because most Iranians don't believe in Islam, don't support this idea of Muslim imperialism. They're over it. They're Persians. They have a different religion, and they've been occupied for years. For decades, he prioritized the expansion of Iran's regional tentacles, funding proxies from Yemen to Lebanon, and the Iranian people were left to starve. He gambled on a belief that a manufactured revolutionary zeal could forever replace bread and dignity and basic human rights. That gamble was wrong. The turning point came in June 2025 when the United States and Israel launched Operation Midnight Hammer, surgically dismantling the regime's prized nuclear facilities. Besides the fact that it set them back so much militarily, what really happened here is that the Iranians watched the God-run state's invincibility basically vanish from the rooftops. They saw a weakness that no amount of propaganda could hide. The state was just cruel, but it was more than that. It was physically vulnerable, and that set the clock ticking in their head. This is why the January 2026 uprising that we are currently living through is fundamentally different to everything we have seen before. The people are no longer pleading for minor reforms. They're burning down the mosques, the very symbols of their 47-year occupation. They are changing the flags. They are fighting back. They're openly calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the Shah's son, and for the first time in nearly half a century, they have explicit backing of a US administration that is locked and loaded to support their liberation. It's an exciting and scary time. However, if this story feels strangely familiar, it's because the same blueprint that broke Iran back then, back in 1979, is currently being deployed against the West. The Red-Green Alliance that Khomeini perfected, a marriage of convenience between the radical Islamists and the secular far left, which ends up just being the far left being used by the Islamists, is being mirrored today by movements like the Muslim Brotherhood. They use socialist terminology to radicalize the youth, buddying up to movements that should be the natural enemies to thoroughly infiltrate Western institutions. We are seeing the consequences in real time. The UAE has taken the unprecedented step of cutting state scholarships for students in the United Kingdom, citing the undeniable reality that British campuses have become breeding grounds for radicalization. The UAE sees the system at work, the same system that destroyed Iran, and they are terrified of it. It is a system that leads to a reality that the West refuses to comprehend: the return of beheadings, public hangings, and the total economic ruin that follows when Sharia law replaces democracy and liberty. This brings us then to the question that we have been asking from the beginning of this episode. Why is it that Western media are disregarding this story so completely? Well, if you're to ask any Iranian today who is out on the streets, they will tell you that they're fighting an occupying force called the Islamic Republic. They view the US and Israel as their only true allies in ending this occupation. In a viral video that has shaken the world, an elderly woman, her face covered in blood, lifts her fists and screams, "I am not afraid. I have already been dead for 47 years. Her words are a direct indictment of the regime, yet they are ignored because they shatter the oppress versus oppressed narrative that the media has spent 20 years forcing down our throats. To acknowledge her would be to admit that the media's lazy moral framework is a lie. The media's silence is a protective measure for a failed worldview. Whilst the New York Times dedicates its front pages to political infighting and demonizing Israel, they're burying the story of a 72-hour total internet blackout in Iran. That's only located in page 10. These institutions have spent years laundering the image of political Islam and falling for the Marxist trap that treats a dangerous ideology as a protected racial identity. By ignoring the facts that Iranians are shouting from the rooftops that the enemy is Islamization itself, the media is not just being negligent, they are actively abetting a terrorist regime that depends on darkness for its survival, a darkness that our media is providing to them by not talking about it. However, the good news is times are changing. This revolution won't die out because it is fueled by the instinct for survival. There is no going back. The people of Iran can't stop protesting until the IRGC comes down. They have no other choice, otherwise they will be executed en masse. Whilst the media remains silent, social media platforms like X are bringing the courage of our Iranian people directly to our screens. And whilst we may not see American boots on the ground, don't be fooled. The regime is being dismantled from within. We know that the US has promised to intervene, but intervening doesn't mean sending troops to the war. It can also mean dismantling power infrastructures that are located around Khamenei, that provide his backing and his support. And of course, it's not just America that's intervening. Israel, with its Mossad, is reportedly already active, tracking Khamenei's every move and directing protesters to key terrorist sites to help them mobilize and dismantle the infrastructure. But at the end of the day, however, this victory belongs to the Iranian people, and they're the ones who are going to need to overthrow this terror regime. That's why support from external figures is so important. Groups like the Cyrus Group have spent years preparing the infrastructure for a transition of power, ready to welcome back the exiled son of the Shah to lead a nation that is finally ready to breathe. Why is this important? Well, because we know that when a revolution happens and a new leadership comes in, it can often be messy and bloody and complicated. And we are hoping that the next transition into a new leadership will actually be smooth, that the powers and entities that be are preparing for this. This is why the Shah is now meeting with Trump in Mar-a-Lago to discuss what the future of Iran is going to look like. But hold your breath, because it still hasn't happened. And it can be months and months and months before this regime does actually fall. What we are witnessing in the Middle East today is, unfortunately, a predictor for the West. Iran, like Israel, is a historic civilization that stretches back to the days of the Bible, and its rebuilding will almost be prophetic. But it's a warning sign. The same way that Israel and Jews are before the West, what happened in Iran is also an indicator of what the plan is. The people of Iran love Israel because they recognize a shared spirit, two cultures that have been through hell and back, but they won't get crushed. They keep on fighting back, and they keep on standing for what they believe in. We are now at the forefront of the fight for Western civilization. This is no laughing matter. This is not a small story that you can put aside. What Iran is going through, what Iran is fighting for right now, is what we are fighting for, even if it looks different. From the Marxists and the Islamists combining together to infiltrate and fight against Western societies, then bringing to a revolution that topples over a regime and brings to the Iranian people being subjected to Islamization in the most terrible forms, is exactly the plan for our Western societies. Look, Israel will be okay because Israel will absolutely not allow for such a thing to happen to us. We have experienced terrorism too much. But the UK, America, everywhere we look, this is happening slowly, slowly. And Iran are the people, and the people of Iran are the calling bird. They're the ones who are showing you what could actually potentially happen. And no, not in a faraway state like Afghanistan, to one of the richest and most modernized societies back in the day. This is something that everybody has to pay very, very careful attention to. And this is the reason that the media doesn't want to share their story. It's not convenient for them. It's not evil Zionists. It's truthfully a very, very, very scary story of what could be happening to them. And the media is complicit. They're complicit in not helping the Iranians right now. They're complicit in not sharing the story and the truth of what's happened. They're complicit in not connecting the dots between terrorist regimes like Hamas and the Islamic Republic, and for allowing for Marxist ideologies to permeate America and the UK and everywhere else, allowing for Islamization to become a norm. It's a problem, and they won't yet admit it. But with time, truth will prevail because the Iranians will win. They will fight back. They will bring down this Islamic Republic, which will impact the entire Middle East. We are looking at potentially, very soon, a peace deal with Iran. Think about a year ago when we were hiding in our shelters, waiting for the massive attack, how things are changing. But they will not change if the Iranian people don't know that we have their back, that we're watching everything that's going on, that we are sending them support, and that we are calling from the rooftops for something to change. That is now our responsibility, to see what's happening to them, to tell the world, and to understand exactly what happened there to make sure it doesn't happen to us. I, for one, cannot wait for the day, hopefully very soon, where I get to board a flight to free Iran. I can't wait to sit with my Iranian brothers and sisters and for the two of our civilizations, historic civilizations, to prove to the Western world that there is a different way to fight against terror regimes. It's not by hiding your head under the sand. It's by showing up, being strong, being defiant, despite the world letting you down. I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Well, Jewish National Fund USA's Faculty Fellowship Program in Israel recently wrapped up. The program bringing non-Jewish American college and university professors to Israel for an immersive, eye-opening experience. Today, we're speaking with two distinguished participants, Paul Yankee and Kathy Elias, to share how this trip helped shape their perspectives and strengthen their narratives. Paul and Kathy, thank you both for joining us today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Now, how have your preconceived notions of Israel been challenged? Paul, let's start with you.
Thank you. I have been very excited about being in Israel and experiencing Israel. I came very curious. And the preconceived elements that I might have had was that there was very much a living under pressure. But what I also saw was a stronger resilience and a stronger resolve than I had expected. And with that, great insight, great ability, and also a very caring heart in many different ways. So I didn't come with necessarily super strong preconceptions one way or the other. I had a great respect already for Israel coming from my days working in technology and the intelligence that they bring into that space. And so I was really wanting to understand more how this all works, how these countries that are having such disparate views on things able to coincide together.
And Kathy, can you share from your perspective your experience as well?
Well, I want to point out that I'm coming this time on the faculty fellowship as an ambassador. So I've been here before, and so this is the second time around. And so I'm looking at very different things. The first time around, a lot of what Paul said, looking at all the innovation, looking at all the really wonderful things that have gone on in terms of research and all in Israel. But this time I've come and I've tried to focus more on the people. And coming from a university that had a lot of problems and a lot of negative actions on campus, I tried to talk to a lot of students also when I was here. And one of the things, I want to bring back that I think is extremely important to our students is just how much many of the students here, of course, are very similar in what they like about government, what they don't like about government, their criticisms, but also their desire to live the same kind of good life and their willingness to really want to engage with students in the United States and be heard.
Paul, what will you be taking back with you to campus from what you've learned or experienced here on the program?
I'll first off say we've had a very full 12 days of visiting a lot of different universities, a lot of different organizations, businesses, museums. And I will tell you, my mind is still very much processing. I'm looking forward to bringing all this together, letting it gel. But one thing that I have seen is I think there's a great need in my university setting and in my element of the areas of influence I have to consider more the consequences of things. And that's something that I've definitely seen be very paramount in Israel is consequences are real and deep for everything that comes up. And I think there can be this context of not considering always the consequences, how it plays out to all the related constituents to different elements that come up. So that's one piece that I want to bring out. I also want to bring more of a perspective of what's really happening, what's really going on. I think when you're able to experience different cultures, different areas, the best way, without any question, to do it is to actually be there. And JNF affords that possibility for people, particularly for academics in this situation.
All right, Kathy Elias and Paul Yankee, thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today and sharing with us your insights and experiences.
Thank you very much for having us.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. And now Iran is warning the United States that any strike on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would lead to full-scale war. Iran's president said an attack on Khamenei would be treated as a declaration of war against the Iranian people. The warning comes as tensions rise and reports say Washington is considering military options against Iran's leadership, while protests continue to shake the country. At the same time, Iran is signaling a tougher response to the demonstrations. The judiciary is now openly raising the possibility of executions linked to the unrest. This marks a change in tone just days after Iran's foreign minister suggested detainees would not be executed. At a press conference, a judiciary spokesman said some cases have been classified as something called mahareb, a religious charge that means waging war against God, which can carry the death penalty under Iranian law. The regime continues to blame protests on foreign enemies, including the United States and Israel, as it moves to reassert control after weeks of deadly demonstrations. And today, Israel just announced that the IDF is carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Among the targets were Hezbollah training camps, rocket launching sites, and tunnel shafts used to store weapons. Next, phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is taking shape as new appointments and international reactions continue to emerge around President Donald Trump's proposed Gaza Board of Peace. Israel's security cabinet met as more countries confirmed they have received invitations to join the new body, which is expected to oversee reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. Reports even say from the Kremlin that President Trump asked Russian President Vladimir Putin to be part of the Board of Peace. Plus, Pakistan confirmed it has been invited to join the board. If it accepts, it would become another country with no diplomatic relations with Israel to take part in the largely symbolic council. Pakistan is a nation that has accused Israel of genocide, a claim Israel strongly rejects. In Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a series of meetings over the border peace situation. Israeli officials say their main objection is not the idea of a Palestinian civil administration in Gaza, but the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the executive board, citing both countries' ties to Hamas. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has been tasked with formally presenting Israel's concerns to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And in Jerusalem, a tragic incident at an unlicensed kindergarten has left 2 toddlers dead and around 55 others injured. Authorities say the children may have suffered from what they suspected could be food poisoning. Police have detained 3 caregivers for questioning as the investigation continues. Their kindergarten was operating illegally, according to officials. It's a shocking and heartbreaking incident. And now, the IDF also released new details today about a highly sensitive operation in Gaza that led to the recovery of the body of fallen soldier Staff Sergeant Aron Shal. Shal was killed and abducted by Hamas during the 2014 Gaza war. His remains were brought back to Israel in January 2025, just days before a ceasefire took effect. The military now says crucial intelligence came from a key figure living at a civilian site in Gaza City, where Shal's body was believed to be hidden. Troops from the elite Sayeret Makal unit captured the individual during a secret operation. After interrogation by the Shin Bet, he provided precise information leading to the location of the remains. Meanwhile, Israel's Air Force received a major boost. 3 new F-35 fighter jets landed at an airbase in southern Israel, bringing Israel's total fleet to 48 aircrafts. The jets arrived from the United States. The delivery is part of Israel's original order of 50 F-35s. An additional 25 aircrafts ordered in 2024 are expected to begin arriving in 2028. Military officials stress the arrival is routine and not directly linked to the current tensions with Iran. The F-35 is used for deep strike missions, intelligence gathering, and air superiority in high-threat environments. Its stealth technology allows the Israeli Air Force to operate inside heavily defended airspace, including areas protected by advanced Iranian air defense systems. And finally, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
I want to talk about the rise of, on one side, isolationism in the U.S., and on the other side, this Mamdaniism.
The rise of Mamdani was a reaction to Trump being elected and some of the policies that were implemented on the federal level before it was an Israel thing. When Trump got elected, he not only bring his own views into the mix. When we talk about a bipartisan system, he brought a whole spectrum of right-wing ideas along with him, with the Republican Party coming to power. There's a lot of focus on Israel by Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens because the U.S.-Israeli relationship is strong and probably as strong as it was than ever before.
We are living in a time where media and politics have become increasingly toxic and where the ability to engage in nuanced discussion feels almost non-existent. Too often, voices are silenced simply for disagreement, selective outrage replaces moral clarity, and headlines are prioritized over honest, thoughtful conversation. Activists and commentators elevate their preferred camps, and in doing so, we have become a world that stops listening to the people most affected by the decisions that are being made. Here at Off the Record, we aim to push past slogans and sound bites, welcome real debate and dialogue, and refuse to ignore voices that do not fit neatly into our preferred narratives. I'm Zina Rachamilova. Let's get into it. Over the years, we've been told that fewer Americans support Israel, that younger generations hold increasingly negative views, and that bipartisan consensus consensus is eroding. With growing influence of voices on both the woke right and the woke left, it has become increasingly difficult to predict what this relationship will look like under the next American administration. These trends have only intensified in the wake of the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. A 2025 Quinnipiac survey found that 50% of registered voters now believe Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza, the highest figure recorded to date. The majority of Democrats now appear to sympathize more with Palestinians than Israelis, while younger Republicans are also reassessing their views on Israel. The reality is that both Israel and the United States have changed. What once felt like a durable bipartisan relationship no longer appears as stable, particularly as political attitudes shift in both countries and as foreign influence campaigns actively work to plant doubt about Israel among influential figures on both the left and the right. So what does this relationship look like going forward, and what forces are shaping its future? Here to discuss all of this with us today is Or Shaked. Or is the U.S. correspondent for Israel Hayom, Israel's most widely read daily newspaper. He previously served as the policy advisor at Israel's permanent mission to the United Nations and a protocol assistant at Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Early in his career, he served as a Jewish Agency Israel Fellow to Hillel at Virginia Tech. He holds a master's degree in management and public policy and a BA in international relations and business management, both from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Oh, thank you so much for being with us here today on Off the Record.
It's a pleasure being here, Zina. Thanks for having me.
So I want you to start off by telling us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So my name is Or Shaked. I'm 36, originally from the city of Rishon LeZion, which just happens to be where we're at right now. And if you mentioned some of my credentials, and if you had to kind of like wrap it up in one sentence, I'm a true passionate advocate for Israel and the Jewish people. That has manifested itself in a lot of my capacities over the years, and in a sense, in my professional role right now, I serve as the U.S. correspondent for Israel Hayom, which, as you mentioned, is Israel's most widely distributed newspaper, where I cover a wide array of issues that pertain to the U.S. and U.S.-Israel affairs. Of course, the war is a big one, but also domestic trends within the U.S. And how some of the social and political shifts affect the U.S.-Israeli relations as well, White House affairs and international affairs for the U.S. As well. If we're talking about, as an example, the recent interference in Venezuela and the capture of Juan Nicolas Maduro. So I really cover a wide array of issues, and I also live in the U.S. I've been living there for the past 5 years, which gives me not just a professional perspective, but also a personal one.
Amazing. So you sound like the perfect person to unpack the conversation we're trying to have today. I want to first begin by asking you about October 7th, which I think changed everything for all of us, both in Israel and Israelis and Jews in the diaspora. Can you walk us through where you were, what was happening, what was going through your mind before we get into the actual coverage of having to work and cover that war within the U.S.?
Sure. So at the time, I was still serving in my capacity as a policy advisor at Israel's permanent mission to the UN. I can go on a whole spiel on how my role significantly changed afterwards. But on the personal level, I mean, I was living with my wife on the Upper West Side at the time, a very Jewish neighborhood. We were just, doing our Simchat Torah / Shabbat dinner. And around, 11 or 11:30, we started getting some push notifications about rockets that are coming in from Gaza to southern Israel. Honestly, I didn't really think much of it. There's been a trickle of rockets every now and then for an extended period of time before that, so I kind of decided to go on my business as usual. We had a very nice time at that Shabbat dinner. We went home. I get up the day after around 6 in the morning, which would be 1 p.m. Israel time on October 7th, and I was really, jarred and shocked. My wife was as well once I woke her up to the news, trying to make sense of what was happening. I mean, in our generation, there hasn't been anything like that in that scale, not of civilian casualties. And I remember being glued to the TV along with my wife and just we were just shocked by the sheer death and destruction that we started seeing on television, and kibbutzim being captured and so forth. And I remember the broadcaster saying 100, 200, 300, 500 casualties, and it was just unbelievable, unfathomable. Yeah, I mean, it was just a very awful time to be physically removed from Israel and but still bearing witness to the carnage that was happening.
So I think for all of us in Israel, October 7th in itself was a terrible, terrible day for all the reasons that you just talked about. But I think for every single Jewish person outside of Israel, October 8th was equally as traumatic because we saw the reaction of people who initially we thought, okay, at the very least, people will finally see what Hamas actually is, and they'll finally understand the real existential threat that Israel is dealing with. And instead, we saw celebrations on the streets of New York, the street that is one of the most Jewish city across the U.S., across the world, actually. And this is what people were subjected to who were living outside of Israel. So we know that these individuals who celebrated our murder were happy and were, ecstatic and advocating for Hamas and were celebrating the fact that they kidnapped hostages. But I want to ask you, what was the general sentiment you think across Americans in general? Like we can hopefully say that this was confined to a group of individuals who already hated Israel, already hated Jews. Were Americans at large, people who you were speaking to, surprised by what was going on? Were their reactions similar to yours?
Well, at first there was, an utter shock by the wider community, at least, the people that I consider my friends and, obviously Jews, but also non-Jews. I remember getting tons of text messages kind of like conveying, a level of condolences on a national level, which again is not really something that I experienced before. But at the same time, and we can talk about October 8th. To be honest, most of the time I was, as I mentioned, really glued to the television that weekend, so I didn't really venture out at that time. But by the way, as a member of the diplomatic cohort, we were basically instructed not to leave the house and not to, and especially for an extended period of time, by the way, for 2 or 3 months, not to go to Jewish gatherings. And I remember I had my nephew's bar mitzvah that I had to politely say, hey, the Israeli security personnel does not allow me to go. And this is the type of shock and fear that many of us serving Israel at the time had to face. I can tell you that walking the streets of New York, and specifically the Upper West Side, which, as I mentioned, is a very Jewish neighborhood, was a very disturbing situation. I mean, I remember a specific case where there were a bunch of hostage signs being hung up and plastered on some walls. We went to get dinner that night, and 40 minutes later, by the time that we got back, the sign has already been ripped off. And there was a whole movie about it that recently came out. But that just goes to show that even among, the Upper West Side and places where it's predominantly the Jewish community living in, you had a lot of people that were hostile to Israel. I remember as I was walking by next to one of the streets next to my house, next to my home, there was a specific sign of it was kind of like an as a Jew kind of like situation. How do you not see the Holocaust that was happening? Which of course is a huge skewed misrepresentation of anything that had to do with our affairs in Gaza. And I just remember thinking to myself, how do you have the guts, the chutzpah to come by and have kind of like a moral superiority situation where you say, oh, I'm the minority of Jews that understand the situation very well. I mean, it was very disheartening, and it was very disappointing, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, there was a divergence of opinions both from Jews and non-Jews, and we were kind of like in that space, let alone in other spaces that are not the Upper West Side or other places that are predominantly Jewish, like Midtown East, for example, where I was working, where, you know, anti-Israel signs were plastered all over the place, protests all over the place. It just became a very different, a very hostile environment to live in.
Yeah, you know, you talk about this stuff, and I remember this story about a month after October 7th, where this American, I was at a Shabbat dinner, and this American who had just moved to Israel a month after the war, and I was like, wow, what a time for you to move here, you know, in the peak of such a tragic time. And he had said that when he landed, and when he made Aliyah and landed to Israel at Ben Gurion Airport, and he saw all the hostage posters, he said he was relieved. And I said, relieved? What kind of reaction is that? Relieved to see hostage posters? And he said, I was relieved that none of them were ripped. And that really broke my heart. It really broke my heart I can't imagine. I mean, I grew up outside of Israel, so I understand the experiences of a lot of diaspora Jews, but specifically after October 7th, to live in a place where hostage posters would be ripped like that, it must have been awful for so many people, which is why I think October 8th and everything that happened was its own front of the war for Jews living outside of Israel. I want to talk about the U.S.-Israel relationship, because we know that a strong U.S.-Israel relationship means a strong and safer Israel. And I want to ask you, based on your now several years of coverage for Israel Hayom, what have you seen that's changed in the last couple of years with how Americans at large are responding to Israel, responding to the war? We know that there's been a major shift in public attitude towards Israel. And so where do you see things turning to?
So we need to make a separation between two different routes as it pertains to U.S.-Israeli relations. Of course, it's no secret that the current administration is very, warm toward Israel. I mean, you saw it very concretely, and, it was very evident during the recent meeting of Prime Minister Netanyahu with President Trump, where he was kind of like bringing more and more praises toward the president toward the prime minister. Of course, it's a two-way street. There's a lot of appreciation between the two leaders and between the administration and the government as a whole. So that's what we have on the governmental level. At the same time, if you look at just ordinary Americans that were polled consistently by major polling groups in over the past couple of years, the support for Israel's cause in the war, of which of course contains the most noble cause of saving the remaining hostages that were there, and the one that is still there, Ron Vili, is diminishing. And not only is the support for the war diminishing, the support for Israel as a whole and its relationship with the U.S. is diminishing. A recent poll by, I believe it was Quinnipiac from late August, and a parallel one that was conducted by Harvard Harris, says that 50% of people, 50% of Americans believe that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Now, that is a very disturbing statistic. I was very alarmed personally when I heard that.
Why do you think that is? What is it is it the endless media coverage of what's happening in Gaza? Is it Israel's messaging? And in my opinion, its inability to explain its position in this war. Why do you think that there's such a major shift? Is it foreign interference even? What is going on?
It's all of these things combined. If you look at the coverage of traditional media, and of course the ones that are considered reputable, the New York Times, MSNBC, ABC, I can go on and on listing all of the American outlets that I've been following very closely. I mean, they, have a very To much extent, with few exceptions. I think of, like, for example, of Jake Tapper, that really brought the plight of the hostages on air because of his personal connection. I believe that he's Jewish. So because there was a particular sentiment there, he was able to bring a more nuanced perspective. But broadly speaking, the more the war went on, it was less and less about the hostages and more about the suffering in Gaza. And it was very a one-sided view, while using all sorts of, biased human rights report by Human Rights Watch, by Amnesty, by the UN. And don't forget that a lot of the figures that the UN presented at face value, which were then parroted by the mainstream media, were figures by Hamas, and we still don't know the numbers. There's so much dust still in the air for us to know precisely who is a combatant or not. I mean, we have our own estimations of the ratio. Even as it stands right now, the ratio is, probably the best in urban warfare, or in the history of urban warfare. And don't take my word for it. John Spencer, who is the chair of urban warfare studies at West Point, says that, and many other experts. So you have the professionals that actually understand the nuances and the complexities of operating underground, and then you have the traditional media that are stating very one-sided narratives. And then, of course, social media comes into play. We recently had former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton come to our summit, our inaugural summit in New York, and she basically said what everybody knows to be true, that platforms like TikTok have skewed and biased algorithms with intent or otherwise. I guess that it's still being researched, that basically show, the suffering of Palestinians more than the suffering of Israelis. And the human reaction to it is natural. What is not natural is the algorithms that are pushing this narrative in a way that doesn't really reflect the realities on the ground. And I think that when you combine that and the traditional media's response, unfortunately, I'm very sad to say that lackluster response by Israel of people that are dedicated and skilled at appearing on social media and traditional media and representing our case. This is kind of like the results that we come to, and I assume that we're going to get to military aid eventually. 46%, according to a November poll by the Yale Youth Group, says that 46% of young people aged 18 to 29 think that Israel should stop getting military aid altogether. And young people is really at the focus here, because politicians ultimately listen to their constituents. And if these young people would retain these opinions, that this could very well be a danger to Israel and U.S.-Israeli relations in the long run.
So yeah, I actually did want to ask you this other question, which we'll get to, I guess, after, but you draw on something that I do want to talk about, which is the benefits of a U.S.-Israel relationship. I think most younger Americans are struggling to really understand what having this type of relationship with Israel really does for America, and are looking at it a little bit more as if it's a liability. So can you explain the U.S.-Israel relationship and what the U.S. specifically gets out of it that benefits them?
Sure. I mean, the military cooperation, I want to refer to it more as a cooperation rather than aid, because it's not really a handout. It's been going on for, decades now, and it's something that has been a key part of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because by having not just Israel that is surviving, but an Israel that is thriving, it also serves the U.S. interest in the region. And just to give you a few concrete examples of why that is the case, a lot of the aid that is being provided by the U.S. to Israel really benefits the development of American industries, and you have jobs that are being made as a result of the expansion of these industries. But even on the less instrumental level, when you really look at the intelligence sharing, there was a certain Air Force chief that recently stated that if the U.S. had to gather intelligence that Israel provides to the U.S., then we would need 5 CIAs. And I think that really proves the point that this is really not a one-way street. This is something that is beneficial. I know that there are countless American lives that have been saved thanks to this intelligence and thanks to our operations in the region. And it's something that young people need to better understand when we talk about this kind of dynamic.
Okay, well, do you by any chance think that Israel might be better off if it found a way to divorce itself from U.S. military aid dependency?
Well, divorce is a pretty harsh term, both on both in life itself and in this context, because again, like, we don't want to, kind of like say it's an all or nothing situation, because it doesn't have to be. I mean, there's a spectrum. The aid of America to Israel, went higher, as time went on, because it was a mutually benefiting dynamic. So I don't think that we should, talk in terms of, getting rid of it altogether, because that's not the reality on the ground right now, and will probably not be for the foreseeable future. That being said, we are in a situation where there are radical political vectors within American society, both on the left and the right, for different reasons, basically call to end that military aid. I think that we can do our best, and we should do more, as I illustrated earlier, but we don't have full control over what's happening in the U.S. socially or otherwise. There is a polarization that is happening in the U.S. that is independent of what Israel does or doesn't do. So I recently heard that Prime Minister Netanyahu unveiled a 10-year plan to strengthen the Israeli security and defense industry to be more self-sufficient. I think that could potentially provide a gradual easing of the volume of aid that is being provided by the U.S. And regardless of, we can take into account that it would change, that the status quo would retain itself, that it would be more, but first and foremost we need to make sure for our existential purposes that we don't have to rely on U.S. support in order to continue existing and thriving.
Yeah, I think for me, Israel being at the mercy of the U.S. or at the mercy of a specific administration is why I really am someone that advocates for Israel to start easing itself out of U.S. military aid dependency. Although I think sharing intelligence is something that we should always be doing because, like you said, we have the same interests. You touched upon this. I want to talk about the rise of, on one side, isolationism in the U.S. and on the other side, this Mamdaniism, if you want to call it. Based on the work that you do, how much do you think these two are really serious growing problems in the U.S.?
Sure. So naturally, I had the chance to cover both of these, trends quite a bit because they are very important to the future of U.S.-Israeli relations and how they will be defined. Mamdaniism was essentially, even in the bigger picture, the rise of Mamdani was a reaction to Trump being elected and some of the policies that were implemented on the federal level before it was an Israel thing. Mamdani made it an Israel thing because along with his socialist platform, he brought a very extremist negative sentiment toward Israel that really, brought a whole different discussion that was supposed to be about, sewage maintenance and transportation and all other municipality affairs. I think there was, if you look at the exit polls right after Mamdani was elected in November, you would see that 30% of people that voted for him really cared about the Middle East issue and the Israel-Hamas war. I can assume that the vast majority of these folks were not big fans of Israel. So there was some effect, but in the grander scheme of things, this is more of a political pendulum that swung and a reaction to Trump rather than it was for Israel. By the way, I don't necessarily think that all of the people that voted for Mamdani are anti-Israel. Some of them surely are, but I do believe that he was able to make a convincing case for the people that were voting for him, that his his opinions, first of all, do not make him anti-Semitic. He kind of hung around with Jews and made connections with Jews from either from the very far progressive left, which are anti-Zionist, and the most extremist ultra-Orthodox sects that are also anti-Zionist, and say, hey, look, I love Jews. I come to prayers on the high holidays, to shuls and so forth. So the people that voted for him kind of got convinced that they'll be able to kind of put the Israel issue on the side, or that he's not anti-Semitic, and this is kind of the reasoning of not doing it, or they just didn't care about Israel, but the fact of the matter is he was able to make a compelling case to young people. He brought a fresh new campaign that appealed to a lot of people that are facing hardships in the city. Not everybody's rich in New York City, of course. There are many people that give all sorts of services. And he was able to get their votes. And this is how we got to the result. At the same time, you look at some of these actions in recent days, and you understand that he's really, he really, when he said that he's going to be anti-Israel, when he said that he was going to potentially arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu, when he said that Israel is committing genocide and that Israel is an apartheid state and so forth, he says what he means, and he means what he says. And what I mean by that is that already in the first day of his term in office, he issued an executive order that basically canceled executive orders that pertain to Israel and the safety of the Jewish community, including the adoption of the IRA definition for anti-Semitism, including safety of making safe zone next to places of worships, like the unfortunate case that we saw on the Upper East Side about a month ago. And this is something that already has a detrimental effect on the safety or even the perceived safety of the Jewish community, which is also an important thing. So you have that threat from the radical left. At the same time, you can talk about isolationism. When Trump got elected, he not only bring his own views into the mix. When we talk about a bipartisan system, he brought a whole spectrum of right-wing ideas along with him, with the Republican Party coming to power. And all of a sudden, voices that were considered marginal, voices like Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that they should not do any aid to Israel. Voices like Tucker Carlson, who is a past Fox News correspondent that started his own channel and has really gained a following in the last year or so. Candace Owens, who is very openly anti-Semitic, he brought to an extent to the mainstream these kind of voices as well, inadvertently. It's not like he says, "Oh, this is great that I'm going to have all of these voices." It's just a consequence of the way that this political system works, right? And the concept of isolationism, other than the purely anti-Semitic and conspiracy theory undertones that you have among these individuals, really says that America, doesn't need to do favors to anybody, and that includes, of course, Israel. In that respect, there's a lot of focus on Israel by a Tucker Carlson or a Candace Owens because the U.S.-Israeli relationship is strong, and probably as strong as it was than ever before. And because of this approach, there might be a reality that if these voices become the mainstream, it's not right now. They're relatively marginal.
So you still think they're marginal?
Yes.
You still think it's marginal. Why?
Because if you look at some of the polls of the Reagan Institute, for example, you would find that these voices represent anywhere between maybe 5 to 10%.
Even though younger Republicans are feeling, there's been more of a isolationist view among younger Republicans. Is that not the case?
It is more the case with young people rather than older groups, and this is exactly why Israel needs to relieve itself from total, dependence on that military aid, which is something I alluded to and I referenced earlier. But I think with a certain gentleman by the name of J.D. Vance, who is happens to be the Vice President of the United States, he has very different views about how America should conduct its world affairs, and I think that he kind of listens very carefully to the voices of young people that want not to meddle with any world affairs. But again, first and foremost, and this is the logic leap that is going on here. Regardless of Israel or not, America not being present in world affairs is something that is bad for America. Why? Because what happens in the Middle East, what happens in Asia, what happens in Latin America is something that ultimately affects America. So we can, if you go and say, oh, I'm just gonna focus on myself, what's gonna happen is that you won't confront these challenges outside of your borders. You're going to end up confronting these challenges at the border. And I think that the drug trafficking that we see from Venezuela, for example, and this is a huge conversation right now, is a pure example of what happens when you don't do something about it when it's further away from you. So isolationism is first and foremost bad for America. It would be bad for U.S.-Israeli relations. But this is really something that Israel should, pay attention to very carefully, because there might be a reality in the future where these voices by young people and by some of these extremist voices that are getting these platforms. And J.D. Vance, by the way, doesn't object to these individuals, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, getting these platforms.
And what I want to say is that he is second in command. I could agree with you here that these are still marginal voices, but the fact that someone that shares a lot of these views is second in command. And what's really noticeable was that he was not at the press conference about Venezuela. It was all the Marco Rubio show. That's the running joke on social media. So it is saying something. I do want to ask you one last question before we wrap up. We talked earlier about the reasoning why a lot of people are shifting their views on Israel. Americans, rather, are shifting their views on Israel. And we mentioned, the media, the politicians on the fringe, all of that all together. I have to ask something that I think I would need to, in the name of full transparency. One of my biggest frustrations as someone that cares about how the English-speaking world views Israel was to see politicians in our own Knesset say really stupid things that I think, may have not been the reason, for sure were not the reason why there was such a dramatic shift over this war, but definitely didn't help contribute. And I will 100% argue actually gave a lot of the people who did want to harm Israel publicly the ammunition to harm Israel publicly. Sure. And so I'm wondering, is that something that played a part? And then that leads to the next part, which I want you to answer, is what can Israelis do to tell their story better that will resonate with American audiences so that there is a understanding across the U.S. why there needs to be a strong Israel for a stronger America?
Yeah. So as it pertains to the statements made by, some ministers in our government, it's very unfortunate because, it's definitely being leveraged to and being propagated on social media to say, hey, the Minister of Finance said that, the Minister of National Security said that, and the sad reality is even though some of these folks are cabinet members, they weren't actually making any tangible effects on the way that Israel conducted its war, and it's being proven by protocols and so forth. So it's very unfortunate that from our government there are ministers that are coming out and saying all of these things that simply do not reflect the realities on the ground, need to do better, but it has to start from there, because if we're not, and I think that sometimes there's the tendency to do that, they say, oh, if I just say it in Hebrew, it would serve my constituents and it won't be a big deal. Well, the fact of the matter is that in a globalized world, everything can be translated, soundbited and sent to millions of people in a click of a button. And we need to be very cognizant of that there are serious consequences to these kind of things, and not just on the domestic level. I think that we need to change a disc, as we say in Hebrew, as it pertains to this type of mentality, and understand that whatever it is that we do in Israel, in a globalized world, affects what's happening and the way that we are perceived around the world. It's no coincidence that Kissinger once said that Israel doesn't have a foreign policy, only domestic policy, because it brings into account that kind of mindset.
So true. Wow.
So there is a change in disc that needs to happen, and as it pertains to being able to really share the authentic narrative of Israelis. I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything that is out of this world. It's not a very original concept, but it's a concept that hasn't been fully implemented thus far. We need a cohort of people that are able to share Israel's story in a very authentic way, in a very eloquent way, and in terms that people from around the world can understand. I mean, we don't have a lack of talent. I mean, we have, of course, the Chen Mazigs and the Elon Levis and the Emily Schraders, but these are just, you can have the best people in the world, but if it's only 5 or 10 people, then you're not going to have the bandwidth that you need in order to reach everybody. You need Israel. Israel needs to make a deliberate policy effort to train and allow people to get these platforms. And again, I don't think that there's a problem of a lack of talent. I think that there is a problem about Israel making what needs to be done budgetary-wise or strategy-wise to make sure that these people are put in these positions. I remember a certain reference by the Prime Minister from, I think it was like 6 months ago or a year ago, where he basically says that some of the ministers, in a closed meeting, he said that some of the ministers can't string 2 or 3 words together in English. That's a huge problem. And this is his words, not mine. Mm-hmm. So if we are aware that there is a problem, we need to make sure that we provide a response. And the way to do that is to have authentic, eloquent, tailored voices that are able to resonate with different audiences from around the world, give them the training that they need, and put them out there in the platforms where they need to be. In the MSNBCs, in the CNNs, in the Foxes, in the New York Times, and in any other platform in the US or around the world, so that the authentic Israeli voice, not the one that the ministers that you just mentioned said, can actually be heard.
As someone that made Aliyah, to me, I heard elevate your Olim, elevate the Olim that come from different parts of the world that understand both worlds and how to communicate Israel's message.
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much. Did you want to have one final word?
Yeah, I just want to mention that historically speaking, when Israel was just becoming a country, it did exactly that with its ambassadors. I mean, it took people that came from, these respective countries, or that they're, very understanding of the type of culture that they were sent to, and they send them there because these are the people that understand the cultural nuances and that can resonate. So I think that if we can do that on the civil society level, let alone on the governmental level, then I think that we can bring a much more impactful result in terms of how Israel is perceived, and hopefully we can maintain and grow not just the U.S.-Israeli relationship, but Israel's international relations as a whole.
Amazing. I fully agree. Thank you so much, Or Shaked, for being here. Please, everyone, make sure to follow Or's coverage with Israel Hayom, and we look forward to having you again soon.
It's been a great pleasure, Zina. Thank you for having me.
That marks the end of today's episode of Off the Record. We hope you enjoyed our discussion, and we look forward to your feedback. Our goal here is to cut through the noise, challenge conventional narratives, and provide a space for honest, thoughtful conversation, because real understanding comes from asking questions others won't. Thank you for being with us, and we'll see you next time.
Israel and Germany have signed a historic security partnership, marking a major step in joint defense against shared threats. With Israel's leadership in defense, cybersecurity, and advanced technology now formally recognized on the global stage. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu linked Iran's growing threat to regional and international stability to the new Defense and Cybersecurity Pact signed in Jerusalem with German Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt. Netanyahu said Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, pose a direct danger not only to Israel, but to the entire region and beyond. The agreement establishes deep cooperation in cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and advanced technologies, and signals a clear commitment to joint security action. Minister Dobrindt called the pact a new strategic level of partnership rooted in Germany's historic responsibility and its commitment to Israel's security. Netanyahu highlighted existing defense cooperation, including the delivery of Israel's Arrow 3 missile defense system to Germany last December, capable of intercepting long-range ballistic missiles. The prime minister said the agreement underscores Israel's strengthening ties with major powers, adding that Israel is, quote, on an upward trend in security and international cooperation, despite pressure from parts of Europe.
I attach enormous importance to the cooperation, overall cooperation between Israel and Germany, and especially Israel and Germany on this question of cybersecurity, which is one of the main threats to our internal security and in many ways also our infrastructure and other threats.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power, repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians, at home. but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that, not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we help many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people, and instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution than it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, you give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Mahsa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism. And Iranians are proud of their land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation. And that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council Conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm India Naftali, coming to you live from Israel with the biggest stories in the region. And now Iran is warning the United States that any strike on Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei would lead to full-scale war. Iran's president said an attack on Khamenei would be treated as a declaration of war against the Iranian people. The warning comes as tensions rise and reports say Washington is considering military options against Iran's leadership, while protests continue to shake the country. At the same time, Iran is signaling a tougher response to the demonstrations. The judiciary is now openly raising the possibility of executions linked to the unrest. This marks a change in tone just days after Iran's foreign minister suggested detainees would not be executed. At a press conference, a judiciary spokesman said some cases have been classified as something called maharib, a religious charge that means waging war against God, which can carry the death penalty under Iranian law. The regime continues to blame protests on foreign enemies, including the United States and Israel, as it moves to reassert control after weeks of deadly demonstrations. And today, Israel just announced that the IDF is carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Among the targets were Hezbollah training camps, rocket launching sites, and tunnel shafts used to store weapons. Next, phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire is taking shape as new appointments and international reactions continue to emerge around President Donald Trump's proposed Gaza Board of Peace. Israel's security cabinet met as more countries confirmed they have received invitations to join the new body, which is expected to oversee reconstruction and the disarmament of Hamas. Reports even say from the Kremlin that President Trump asked Russian President Vladimir Putin to be part of the Board of Peace. Plus, Pakistan confirmed it has been invited to join the board. If it accepts, it would become another country with no diplomatic relations with Israel to take part in the largely symbolic council. Pakistan is a nation that has accused Israel of genocide, a claim Israel strongly rejects. In Jerusalem, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a series of meetings over the Board of Peace situation. Israeli officials say their main objection is not the idea of a Palestinian civil administration in Gaza, but the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the executive board, citing both countries' ties to Hamas. Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has been tasked with formally presenting Israel's concerns to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. And in Jerusalem, a tragic incident at an unlicensed kindergarten has left 2 toddlers dead and around 55 others injured. Authorities say the children may have suffered from what they suspected could be food poisoning. Police have detained 3 caregivers for questioning as the investigation continues. The kindergarten was operating illegally, according to officials. It's a shocking and heartbreaking incident. And now the IDF also released new details today about a highly sensitive operation in Gaza that led to the recovery of the body of fallen soldier Staff Sergeant Aron Shal. Shal was killed and abducted by Hamas during the 2014 Gaza war. His remains were brought back to Israel in January 2025, just days before a ceasefire took effect. The military now says crucial intelligence came from a key figure living at a civilian site in Gaza City, where Shal's body was believed to be hidden. Troops from the elite Sayeret Makal unit captured the individual during a secret operation. After interrogation by the Shin Bet, he provided precise information leading to the location of the remains. Meanwhile, Israel's Air Force received a major boost. 3 new F-35 fighter jets landed at an airbase in southern Israel, bringing Israel's total fleet to 48 aircrafts. The jets arrived from the United States. The delivery is part of Israel's original order of 50 F-35s. An additional 25 aircrafts ordered in 2024 are expected to begin arriving in 2028. Military officials stress the arrival is routine and not directly linked to the current tensions with Iran. The F-35 is used for deep strike missions, intelligence gathering, and air superiority in high-threat environments. Its stealth technology allows the Israeli Air Force to operate inside heavily defended airspace, including areas protected by advanced Iranian air defense systems. And finally, we've got some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan the QR code on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. I'm India Naftali. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. As anti-regime demonstrations intensify across Iran, security forces gunned down thousands of protesters in the streets. Iranian officials accuse the U.S. and Israel of fueling